Hello everyone, welcome to this Selenium tutorial. And this tutorial we will learn what is Selenium and what are different component tools and libraries available in Selenium, what is the history, what kind of support is available in the Selenium. So let's begin. Before we dive into the Selenium itself, just have a brief summary of Selenium. So back in 2004 at ThoughtWorks in Chicago, there was a guy, Jason Huggins, who built a core testing tool which he named as a JavaScript test runner for their internal projects. So as they were more towards agile, so they were highly dependent on the automated testing. So this is the point from where actually they start thinking about more sophisticated tool and they come up with a Selenium. Now, what is Selenium? Selenium is an umbrella project for a range of tools and libraries, which enables you to automate the web browsers. This means that you can automate your test cases. Automation testing is a key in nowadays, and that's what Selenium do. And if you focus on these two terms, tools and libraries, just keep these things in mind. So this means that Selenium has tools as well as libraries. Now if we go to the second point, it provides extension in terms of a browser extension which can emulate the user actions. Then Selenium also have a distributed server for scaling the browser location. For example, if you want to run your automated test scripts on multiple browsers at the same time in parallel, so you can do it using the distributed server. And then we have a core Selenium which is WebDriver interface. So you can write your scripts and you can execute those scripts across the different browsers. So these are three components here. So we are talking about extensions, distributed server, and WebDriver. So in terms of extension, if we go ahead, so extension is basically a Selenium IDE. Selenium IDE means Selenium's integrated development environment, which is easy to use browser extension which can record the user actions and you can replay those actions. You can also added those scripts. And if we talk about why we should use the IDE, so in terms of learning the Selenium syntax, that would be the good start. However, if you want to write a robust and test script with the robust frameworks where you want to automate the complex web applications, then Selenium IDE is obviously not a choice. So what would be that choice? So that would be either Selenium Grid or WebDriver. So if we talk about Selenium Grid, so Selenium Grid is basically allows you to execute WebDriver scripts on the remote machines by routing the commands sent by the client to the remote browser. So remote browser can be either on any remote machines. If you want to run your scripts on Chrome, Safari, Opera, Firefox, different browsers at the same time in parallel, so you can have a parallel remote machines where you have hosted these browsers and you can run this through the Selenium Grid. So this is the main concept of grid or Selenium server. And if you notice here is that you would be running the WebDriver scripts. So WebDriver is the core, as we discussed earlier. So what is WebDriver? So WebDriver is basically drives a browser natively. So you can connect with the driver and that driver will drive the browser. And how that happens is due to the language bindings. Now here if we talk about the language bindings, these bindings are the programming languages. So this means that Selenium support different languages for the WebDriver, and same goes for the different browsers. In a nutshell, WebDriver is designed as a simple and more concise programming interface. WebDriver is a compact object-oriented API and it drives the browser effectively. So if you want to write the robust scripts with the robust automation frameworks where you need to automate the complex scenarios, complex web applications, so that is the best choice in terms of the automation testing. So now we learned about three things: Selenium IDE For simple scenarios, you can automate. You can just go record your scenario, reply that scenario. That's it. You can learn about some Selenium commands as well, Selenium syntax as well. But if you want to run your scripts, complex scripts, how you can do that? You can use the WebDriver interface. And if you want to run those sophisticated complex scenarios then on the multiple browsers at the same time in parallel, then you will be utilizing the Selenium grid. So what kind of languages Selenium WebDriver supports? So Selenium supports different languages, and out of those the core languages are Java, Ruby, C Sharp, Python, JavaScript. So this means that you can write your script in any of these languages when you are working with the WebDriver interface. And if you ask me which language I recommend, so there is no recommendation as such. If you are good at programming in either of these languages, either you are good at Python, JavaScript, C Sharp, Ruby or Java, you can use any of those languages. If you are a beginner in programming, then in that case I would recommend you to use the Java, because initially Selenium was developed in Java, and Java community itself is very strong and large, and most of the automation engineers use Java. So as a beginner I would recommend Java, but if you have expertise on any of these languages, you can use any of these. And secondly, when we talk about automation itself and we are choosing this language for automation testing, so these languages are not dependent on your project. So for example, if your project is developed on C Sharp, .NET, so it is not necessary that you would be C Sharp. If you are comfortable, if you have a skill set in Ruby, then you should use the Ruby, because these scripts are separate than the application. So this, always keep this thing in mind. So if you are automating something, you should have skills on that programming language. So if you are a beginner, I would recommend you to choose the Java. Then if we talk about the different browsers where you can run your scripts, so Selenium WebDriver supports Firefox, Internet Explorer, Safari, Opera, Chrome and Edge. So all the major browsers which are used nowadays, so you can automate those browsers, you can run your scripts on those browsers, and you can also run your scripts on the different versions of these browsers. Okay, so these are supported and you can run as well. The another thing is about the operating systems itself. So mainly 3 operating systems are supported, which is Microsoft Windows, then Mac and Linux. So this means that if you are writing your Selenium scripts, you can choose any language and you can run your scripts on either Linux, Mac and Windows. So this is the introduction of Selenium, and moving forward we would be start learning more about Selenium, how we can automate the different web application, how we can automate the different elements which are present on the application. For example, how you can identify a login field, how can you identify a submit button, how can you assert that button, how you can handle the pop-ups, how you can automate the drop-down. So there are so many things available on the web on the websites. So we will learn step by step and see how we can automate how we can automate those elements using the Selenium WebDriver. So for this tutorial I would be using the Java, but you can use any of those languages. Thank you so much for watching this tutorial. If you like our content, then do like, comment, share and subscribe our channel. Once again, thank you so much and see you in the next lecture. Hello everyone, welcome to this Selenium tutorial. In this tutorial we will learn how we can set up and configure Selenium 4 in Eclipse. So let's begin. So in order to set up and configure Selenium 4 in Eclipse, we need Java. We also need Eclipse for development purposes. So we need both these things before we can actually start setting up the Selenium 4. So you need to ensure that you should have Java on your operating system, and you should have Eclipse. So Java is already installed on my system, and let me go to my terminal here and let me show it to you, and let me guide you a bit on how you can set up a Java on your machine. So before that, just go to your terminal and go and type Java dash version here. And if you see the version here, this means that Java is installed and configured properly on your Windows machine. Now, how you can download the Java and install that? There are very simple steps here, and what you need to do is that you need to open the browser, and in that browser you need to type download JDK and press enter. Go to the first URL, and from here I would recommend that you should go with Java 17 here and download the package according to your operating system. And once you will download that, run that installer, and it will install Java on your Windows machine. So once it will get done, then what you need to do is that you need to go to the environment variables, and here in the system variables, under the system variables, you need to do Java underscore home, and you need to provide the path of your JDK. This is a one step, and the second step is that you need to go to the path here and click on edit, and you need to provide the path of your JDK till bin. And once you will do that, Java will be installed. So if you want to see the step-by-step guidance, so you can refer to my Java installation session. But as of now, we will be focusing on how to set up and configure Selenium in Eclipse. Second thing we need is Eclipse here. So you need to type download. So I would recommend that you should go with the portable version of Eclipse. It's a bit lightweight, and you will love that one as well. So you need to open this URL, packages, download/packages, and you need to click on this one, and it will open the Eclipse site, and you can download any of these, but the lighter version, if you see that this is the enterprise version, and the size of this is 514 MB, and here is 308 MB. So as a being an automation engineer, we might not need all of the things as just like a developer, but we just need a simple ID through which we can automate. So you can go here and you can download the portable version from here. So once you will download this one, you will get a file. Let me go to my software folder, and you'll see that you will get something like this, and you need to unzip this one, and from here you need to go and you just need to run this one. You don't need to install Eclipse on your machine. The interface you're looking right now is a bit different because I have implemented or selected a dark theme here. That's why you might be seeing some different interface here. And let me open my Eclipse here, and I'm using a darker version of a different theme. It's a dev style theme. So this is how the Eclipse look like, and we would be using this one to set up a Selenium project. Now what you need to do is that you need to go here into file, and you need to click on the new Java project, and we would be naming this project as Selenium for setup, and rest of the options you should go with as it is. This is your default location, and there's some GRE options, then project layout. We don't need to change anything as of now, and you need to uncheck this one because we don't need to create a module right now. So click on next, and then we need to click finish here, and then our project will be set up here. So now what we need to do is that under this project, let me close my previous different Java sessions. Let me close these files. So let me close that. We'll start from the scratch. Now, under this project, what we need to do is that we need to go to the source section here, and under the source section, we need to create a package. So, package is a broader term where you can have interrelated classes. For example, tomorrow as automation engineer, you can create a package for maybe a smoke test, for the regression test. It can vary and it can be up to you how you can create the packages. It may be functionality based, so it's totally up to you. So you can give any name to any package according to your requirement. And let me click on finish this one. So the package is there, and under this package we need to create a class. So go to the new, go to the class here, and I'm giving this as Selenium 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 demo. Selenium demo, and I will click on this static method and finish. So we have created a project, we have created a package. Under this project we have initiated our first class here. However, the problem is that if I start writing a Selenium code here, our code will not work. The reason is that we haven't configured or set up Selenium 4 here in this project. So we need to set up Selenium under this project. For that, what we need to do is that we need to go back to the browser. We need to go to the Selenium website, selenium.dev, and under this website we need to go to the downloads section here, and you need to scroll a bit here, and here you can see that we have a different client libraries based on the different language bindings. So if you are working on C#, Ruby, Python, JavaScript, so you can download the respective API for that one. So as we are using the Java right now, so what I need to do is that I need to download this one. So this is a stable version 4.14, and let me click on this one. So it will download the latest file, so 4.1.4, and we need to incorporate these Selenium files into our Java project. So let me go here and let me cut this from here, and let me go to my softwares here, and let me paste this file here, and let me extract this file to show you what exactly we have. So I will say yes to all here, and under this we will get this folder, and you can see that we have a lot of files here which are jar files, and again we have a lot of files here in terms of libraries. So now what we can do is that we need to go to this Eclipse here, and we need to right click on the project here, and we need to go to the build path here, and against that build path we need to click configure build path here, and we need to go to the class path here and click on add external jar files here, and we need to traverse to our downloaded Selenium files. I will be going to here, and you can see that there are a lot of files here, and I will select all those files here and click open, and then again we have to add the remaining files here. So again go to add external jars and go to the libraries, and we have all these libraries. Just control A and open these files. So if I see here on the left side, this is basically a package explorer or the project explorer. Here you will see that we don't have any kind of reference files. So I will click on apply and then apply and close, and here you will see that now we have a reference libraries. So under these reference libraries, you will see that all libraries from the Selenium 4 has been added to my project. So now whenever I start working on this one, I will get all the methods, all the things, all the libraries in order to automate the web application. Thank you so much for watching this tutorial. If you like our content, then do like, comment, share and subscribe our channel. Once again, thank you so much and see you in the next tutorial. Hello everyone, welcome to this Selenium tutorial. In this tutorial, we will be writing our first automation script using Selenium. So let's begin. In our previous session, we learned that how we can set up Selenium in Eclipse. And if you remember that we set up this Selenium for setup project and we created this package here, right? And now what we will do is that we will create another package here and we will say this as first automation script. Okay, and I'm click on finish, and under this one let me rename actually. So let me refactor this one because this is a package, so we will name it as automation scripts. Click OK and continue. And here under this one we would be creating a class here, and let me name it as first script, and click on this one and this one, finish. So this is a basic code generated by Eclipse. Now what we need, if you remember in our previous sessions, we discussed that we need drivers in order to automate our website using the Selenium. So let's suppose if we start working with the Chrome, so how we can run our automation scripts. This means that we need ChromeDriver. So go here into the browser, and in browser just type download ChromeDriver, and you will get this website chromedriver.chromium.org/downloads. Just click on this one, and before that you need to ensure that whatever the version you are using, for example if you are using 100 Chrome version, then you should be going with this ChromeDriver. If you are using ChromeDriver 99, then you should download this one. I'm using right now the 100 version, so I'm downloading this option here. So it will give you multiple options here. It will give you options for Mac, Linux and Windows. So I'm downloading for the Windows, and it will start downloading. And let me open the folder here. Let me cut this file here, and let me go to my softwares, and let me create a new folder here as Selenium tutorials, and under these tutorials let me paste this file, and let me rename this one as 32. Okay, now unzip this file here. It will create a folder here, and you will get this exe file. Now using our Java, we need to set this property. Okay, so in Java we have system.property through which we can tell our code that this is the location of our driver. So we need to provide the location of our driver in the project. So go to the Eclipse here, and here in Eclipse is system dot, you can see set property and property. So we are just setting one property. Click on this one, and against this you need to provide the two things. So one is the key and other is the value. So what would be the key for this one? So the key here is that WebDriver dot Chrome dot driver, and the value would be the path of your exe file. Okay, so let me go here, and this is the path. Okay, and let me copy this one, go to the Eclipse again. We need to provide the path here, and again / Chrome driver dot exe. So we need to provide a complete path here with the extension, and it's showing some error. This means that we need to provide a terminator here. Now our first step is done. We are telling our script that go to, this is my directory, and under this directory you will find my Chrome driver, so that you can run my code on the Chrome browser. Okay, now what is the second step? The second step here is to, we need to initiate a Chrome driver class. So how we can do that? So WebDriver driver equals to new Chrome, because we need to create a method, we need to initiate Chrome driver so that it will pick up and start executing our code. So Chrome driver, so initiating, and if you can see that it's asking for some error here. So basically we need to import WebDriver, and we also need to import the Chrome driver. And now you can see that here it's saying a yellow line. So this means that this is a variable which is not being utilized as of now. And let me put comments here so that you can understand line by line. So step 1 was to provide the path of your driver. So here in this case it's a Chrome driver. Then you have to initiate this Chrome driver, right? The second step is to initiate or instantiate or create an object. So there are multiple things you can call it as. So Chrome driver. Now we have done our step 1, and then we have done with the step 2. Now step 3 is that we are ready to launch our browser, and we are ready to launch our first website through the automation script. And this is really easy. What you need to do is that driver dot. So you can see that there are multiple methods available under this. So we can do close, we can find element, we can get URL. So basically if I go with this get option and provide a string, so it will open the browser. So there are so many methods available. We will discuss different methods while we are progressing with these tutorials. So right now this driver dot get, and you can see that it's asking for a string URL. Okay, so we need to provide the string URL here, and let me go here and let me go to testingfunter.com. This is the website we would be opening. So this is a website, and we just need to copy this path from here, and we need to go back here, provide the URL, and that's it. So congratulations, you have written your first automation script where you would be opening your browser, Chrome browser, and under this browser you would be opening your first application. So Let me run this as a Java application and we will see what happens. So it successfully opened the browser and it opened the testingfunda.com. Thank you so much for watching this tutorial. If you like our content, then do like, comment, share and subscribe our channel. Once again, thank you so much and see you in the next tutorial. Hello everyone, welcome to this Selenium tutorial. In this tutorial we will learn about elements and locators. So let's begin. Elements are basically and components which are available on the websites. So for example, if you go to any application or web application, so you will see that you will find some links, input fields, button, radio option, checkboxes. So there are so many things you can see on different web applications. So these are known as elements. Now when we know about these elements, so in order to automate those elements, first what we need to do is that we need to locate them, and here comes a locators. So if we talk about locators, so what are locators? Locators are used to locate these kind of elements uniquely. So we need to identify or locate these elements uniquely on the web applications, and there are 8 locators available in the Selenium right now. So you can locate these elements using ID, name, tag name, class name, link text, partial link text, XPath, CSS selector. Now let's learn about these locators practically. So let me open the browser, and on the browser you need to go to this website, which is open source demo.orangehrmlive.com. so this is a website and this is a login page here. So as we discussed earlier, whatever you see in terms of components on different web applications are known as element. So this is an input field where you can provide any input. This is also an input field. This is a button. This is a link here, and again this is a link here. So these are some limited options here. Let me go here and log in this application. So both username and password is provided above, so we will be providing the same here, and we will go through this application a bit to understand about different elements. So here, once you log in, you will see different options here. Let me go to admin, then users. Okay, and here again this is an input type, this is a button, this is a checkbox, this is a drop down. So all these things you can see on any application is known as element. Okay, now what we need to do is that we need to use the locators to identify these elements. So for that, what we need to do is that go to that element, click on that element, then right click and click on inspect. Okay, so once you inspect, it will highlight that particular field. So here you can see that this particular field has ID. So this is the ID. So we can locate this particular element using ID. We can also locate this with the name. Also, this is a tag. Input is a tag. We can identify this with the tag. And what would we also do is that we can locate this using the CSS and HTML as well. And now if we talk about identifying and locating the different elements, it's a bit hard to go and find the element and locate and find the locator of that particular field. For that, what I would suggest is that let me open the Firefox here and let me go to this same website here, and let me copy this URL and let me go here and let me paste this URL here. Now the best solution is that you need something very efficient which can help you to find the locator, right? There are 2 very good extensions available. One is known as ChromePath and other is known as SelectorsHub. So you need to go to the Google and type download ChromePath extension for your respective browser. So you need to go there, click on the link, and on that link you need to install. So right now it's already installed, so it's asking me to remove that one. Similarly, what you need to do is that you need to go here and type download SelectorsHub for Firefox, and you will get this link here. Click on this link. Again, this is already installed on my browser, Okay, so that's why it's asking me to remove. Otherwise, it will give you an option to install these extensions on your browser. Once it will be installed successfully, you will get these here. So this is a SelectorsHub and this is a ChromeDriver. So both work in a similar way, but the SelectorsHub is having advanced features. So we will go step by step in our upcoming sessions and we will learn SelectorsHub in detail. So let me click on this one. So there are some information available here about this particular extension, how to use that, and similarly you will find some instructions about this SelectorsHub. Okay, now what you need to do is that again you need to select that particular field or element, and then against that element you need to right click and you need to click on inspect. And once you click inspect, here you will see a different options here, and then we have show all tabs, and under these show all tabs you will find both ChromePath and SelectorsHub. Let me click on ChromePath right now, and that's the interface of ChromePath here, and you can see that it uniquely identifies my particular element, and these are the locators. So what we just need to do is that we need to copy, and we will be using those locators when we will actually be automating this field. So there are multiple selectors available. Similarly, on the SelectorsHub, you need to provide your email, company name, and you need to provide your password, and then you can register and you will have the similar interface here. So from next tutorials we will be having these SelectorsHub things in detail. And now once you will have the locator, what you will need to do. So let me open the notepad here. Let me step by step. So step 1 is to identify the element uniquely using locators. Let me correct it, locators. Okay, then once we will locate this element using our script, then we will perform actions. Okay, we will perform different actions. Now what we mean by different actions here? So different actions means let me go back here onto the application. Once you will identify this one, so as a user, from the user perspective, or as automation engineer, what you will do, you will provide your input here like correct username, correct password, incorrect username, incorrect password. So you would be executing different set of data. In short, either you would be providing some input or not. So in order to provide something, this means that you are performing some action. Similarly, once we will identify this button, then what kind of action we can perform. So we can click on this button. Similarly, we can click on this URL. So as we go and progress in these tutorials, we will actually learn step by step how we can identify different elements available on the applications and what kind of the operations we can perform on these applications that will help you to automate your applications effectively. Thank you so much for watching this tutorial. If you like our content, then do like, comment, share and subscribe our channel. Once again, thank you so much and see you in the next tutorial. Welcome to this Selenium tutorial. In this tutorial, we will learn to fix the very common exception in the Selenium, and that exception is basically related to the session not created. So let's begin. First, we will try to reproduce that exception, and then we will see some details about that particular exception, and eventually we will fix that problem. So in our previous sessions, we created this particular script, and a script is absolutely fine and it was working fine previously. We have properly set up our ChromeDriver here. We have initiated the ChromeDriver class here, and we are getting this particular URL. So we are actually opening this URL, right? It was working fine previously. Let me run this code again, and this time it will not work, and you will see that a Chrome browser will open, but it will suddenly disappear or closed, but it will not create any session with the ChromeDriver. Okay, so let me run this one and see what happens. So you saw that it tried to create a session, but it didn't happen, and we got something here in the console. So we got this exception in the main thread, open.org selenium.selenium session not created exception. Let's read this more. Could not start a new session. The source code is 500 and session not created. This version of ChromeDriver only supports Chrome version 100. So what this means? This means that the driver I'm using right now here, which I provided the path of that exe, only supports up to Chrome version 100. Now there's a possibility that my current Chrome is not at version 100. So let me open the browser and see what is my current version here. So open your browser, then you need to click on these three dots, go to help, go to about Chrome, and click on this one. So you can see that my Chrome is up to date and the current version is 103. So this means that I need a driver which can run this version of the browser. So always remember, so this is a tip for you guys as automation engineer, that whenever you are working on any of your automation scripts, either you can close the updates or make sure that you should be keep updating both your drivers with respect to your Chrome or your particular browser. So here is 103. So let me go here and let me type download ChromeDriver and let me search it for here. So this is the website. So let me click on this one and it will take to this ChromeDriver.chromium.org/downloads, and here we'll find the compatible driver with 103. In this tutorial, I will also suggest you that you should not keep updating again and again because your browser is getting updated every time. So I would recommend you to stop auto updates on your site, on your browser. So first we will see here, and I got something here. Let me refresh this one and see. Yeah, so here, if you are using Chrome version 103, please download this one. So we already saw that. Let me click this one again here. I click on about here and we see that is 103, right? So if we are using Chrome version 103, please download this one. So let me click on this one, and I'm using Windows, so I will be going with this one. And let me open this one here, and here it's being downloaded. Let me extract it here. So file is extracted. I'm just copying this file from here, okay, and I'm just replacing the previous driver file. So let me go to my this particular script and let me see where exactly my driver exists. So it's D Selenium tutorials, ChromeDriver, and this one. So let me go here and let me go to Selenium D tutorials, and yeah, here and this one. So let me replace this file here. So now I have a updated ChromeDriver. So now let me save this one and let me clear this from here and try to run this again and see what happens. So let me run this one. Now it will open the browser successfully, and it successfully opened the website. So that's how you can fix this problem. Now let's come towards the actual solution, and tip is that we should stop our auto updates, because we should not go again and again and make always compatible your driver with your browser, because if your browser is on auto updates, so it will keep updating, and hence you need to update your drivers as well. This is not the only problem here. The other problem here is that sometimes your scripts might not work due to this incompatibility as well. Okay, so let's see how we can turn off the auto updates on the Chrome. and then we will see how you can do it on the major browsers such as Firefox. Now what you need to do is that you need to go here and you need to type run, okay, and it will open this run prompt here. And here on the run prompt, what you need to do is that you need to type msconfig and press enter, and you will see that we have a multiple options here, and we need to go to the services tab here, and under services tab we need to find the update services from the Google, and you will find those services here. So Google Chrome elevation service, no, yeah, so this one. So we need to stop these update services. You need to unselect this one or select this one, and you need to stop them here, okay, because if you don't stop, it will keep updating and you will face this problem. So this is the easiest way to disable the update from your browsers. Now see that how we can do it on the Firefox. So it's pretty easier in the Firefox here. So let me open the Firefox browser here, and we need to go to the settings here, and under the settings here we need to find the update section here. So either you can type here updates. So here's the Firefox updates, and here it says automatically install updates recommended. We just need to uncheck this one, okay. We don't need to update, right? And we can also see what is the history of updates. Use a background service to install update, also uncheck this one. So when you uncheck this one, it will not automatically update. Right now these were checked and you can see it was updated automatically here. For watching this tutorial, we hope that you have learned something today. If you like our content, then do like, comment, share and subscribe our channel. Once again, thank you so much and see you in the next tutorial. Hello everyone, welcome to this Selenium tutorial. In this tutorial, we will learn to execute our Selenium scripts on different browsers. So let's begin. So far what we did is that we executed our scripts on the Chrome browser. Now we will see how we can execute this same script on different browsers such as Firefox, Edge and so on. Okay, so for that, let me open the browser here and let's go to the Selenium website, which is selenium.dev. And now you need to go to this download sections. We need to scroll down here and navigate to the browser section here, and you can see that Selenium supports multiple browsers such as Firefox, Internet Explorer, Safari, Opera, Chrome, Edge. So first let's try to execute our script on the Firefox. For that, I'm going to this particular documentation here. Let me click on this one. So it suggests us different Gecko drivers which are available for Selenium. Okay, so we need to download those from here and we need to provide those. But before that, we also need to understand how it will be utilized. So let me open this in another tab and let me go to here on the usage side. Click on this one, and here if you scroll down a bit here, so we need to provide system.setProperty, and here we need to provide the WebDriver.gecko.driver. So far what we were doing is that we were providing WebDriver.chrome.driver. So we need to provide gecko.driver and we need to provide the path of that execution file. So let me go here, and from here let me download this one. So I'm using Windows 64-bit, so I'm going with this option here. You can choose according to your operating system. Let it get downloaded. Right, get downloaded. Let me open this one. And let me extract this here. And let me copy this folder from here. Go to my Selenium training, Selenium tutorials, and let me paste it here. And this is the Gecko driver file we need to provide. So let me copy this path from here and let me go to my Eclipse, and here I need to provide the path and then Gecko driver.exe. So let me go back here and let me click on this one, click on rename. We don't need to rename this one, I just need to copy this one from here. Okay, now go back to the Eclipse here, and here we need to provide the exe. Now we have set the path to the Firefox driver, which is a Gecko driver, and now we need to create an instance of that. Instead of using ChromeDriver, we would be using now a Firefox driver. So let me copy this complete from here and let me paste it here. Let me comment this one for a while and let me change this to Firefox driver, and let me click on this one. What is the error? Not giving me any suggestions. Just click, let me click on this one, Firefox driver. Yes. Now let me change this to the Firefox driver, and let me do this. Now we have set to execute our script on the Firefox. So let me click on this one, go to run as, click on Java application, and let's see what happens. So now I should open into the Firefox browser, but right now we got an exception. So let us see what is the exception here. The path to driver executable, the path must be set by driver WebDriver.gecko.driver. As we remember, the usage is to set the Gecko, right? Now let's run this as a Java application, and now it will open the Firefox browser and it will execute. However, we got another exception. This is basically a session not created response. This is this. Okay, let me run it again and see what happened. So it has been executed successfully, browser opened successfully, and testingfunda.com opened in the Firefox browser. Now let's execute the same script on the different browser. This time I will go with the Edge. So let me go back to the Chrome here and let me go to this Selenium documentation, and here let me go to this Edge documentation. Let me click on this one, and here is the documentation, and again here we need to select the proper driver for the execution. So let me open my Edge browser and see which Edge browser I'm using right now. So let me go to this one here, go to help and feedback about Edge browser. So it is up to date and version 103 is being used right now. Okay, so we need a driver which is compatible with 103 Edge browser. So 103 Edge browser, so this is the releases here of different drivers here. So we need to go with this one. So I am going with this X64 because I am using 64-bit. So if you are using 32-bit, you can go with X86, and you can respectively select between Mac, Linux if you are using different operating system. And again, let me go here and see some documentation here in order to understand how this will work. So let me open this one here, and here let me scroll down a bit here. And again, they are also suggesting us to check the version first here, and then according to that we need to download the version. And once we have that one, then we need to utilize that as per our requirement. So we are using Java here, and so let me see how they did it in the Java. So in Java they have created as driver equals to new as driver, and that's how they have utilized this one. They must have provided the exe, and here we need to provide WebDriver.h.verbose logging equals to true, and that's how we can set the properties here. We can also utilize in the same way here. So there are multiple ways to do that. This is got downloaded here. Let me open this one. Let me extract this here, and here is the extraction. Let me copy it from here, these Selenium tutorials, and let me paste it here. And so this is the path, and this is our driver. So let me copy this one and go to my Eclipse here, and I need to provide the path before exe. And let me go back to the edge driver here, and this is edge driver rename. Let me copy this one and go back to the Eclipse here. Let me paste it here. Now we need to change to WebDriver.edge.driver as it was mentioned in the documentation. So here in the documentation it's the edge, right? So let me copy this one from here and let me change this to edge. And furthermore, what I need to do is that I need to create an object of Firefox. Sorry, I need to create an object of edge driver, just like this one. Okay, this is a simple option here. So let me copy this one from here and let me paste it here. Now let me import this edge driver from here, and that's it. We are good to go. Now let's execute this one and see what happens. So now I should open the Edge browser and it should open the testingfunder.com, and that worked perfectly fine. So that's how you can run your scripts on different browsers. Furthermore, you need to go back to the documentation and you need to read the documentation for Safari, Opera, and Internet Explorer. So let me open this one for you to understand how it works, so that because Internet Explorer is something which is quite challenging, but right now we usually don't do automation on Internet Explorer. We prefer to do on Edge, Chrome, Safari, and Firefox. So we have already covered Firefox, Chrome, and Edge, but still let me show you about these documentations here. And so this is Internet Explorer driver. Let me click on this one. The articles move here, and here you can see all the details how to use this particular Internet Explorer driver. So you need Internet Explorer driver server executable, which you can download from here. And again, you have some requirements here. You need to go through these all requirements before you can actually execute your scripts on Internet Explorer. Let me go to the Opera here, and from here you can download the respective driver, and you need to provide details in your script here, and you're good to go with that. So that's how you can actually execute your script on different browsers. So much for watching this tutorial. If you like our content, then do like, comment, and share our channel. Thank you once again. We hope that you have learned something today. See you in the next tutorial. Hello everyone, welcome to this Selenium tutorial. In this tutorial, we will learn to automate the login functionality using Selenium WebDriver. So let's begin. First, let's understand the functionality and then we will see how we can automate the login of that particular website. For this tutorial, I will be using the demo website of Orange HRM here. So I will be typing Orange HRM here. So this is a website which is a demo website, open source-demo.orangehrmlife.com. So here they have also provided the username and the password. We need to provide the username here and password, and then we need to click on login. So first, let's see how it works. I'm typing the admin here, then password admin123, and let me click on login. So these are the correct username and password, and it will take us to the login page, and after login it will redirect us to the main dashboard. So that's how this login functionality works. Let me log out from here, and now we need to automate this functionality. Now open the Eclipse, and here in Eclipse what we need to do is that we will be creating a new file here. So I'm using this package here. I'm going to this one here, going to the class and login automation. Okay, and let me change it to login. Now we will select this public static void main method here, click finish, and from the previous scripts I will copy the base thing, like we need to provide the driver and we need to create the instance of driver class. So I'm copying these steps from here, even this one from here, and let me paste it here. So these are some basic steps which we need to do. And now what we need to do is that we need to provide the username first, then password, then need to click on the login. So let me type here comments provide username. Okay, so for that, first we need to identify that element, and after identifying that element we can perform any action on that particular field or the element. Okay, so I'm going here back, and here I just going to this particular field here, right click on this one, go to inspect here, and here I'm using SelectorsHub, and we can see that the ID is available. Okay, so I'm copying the ID from here, and now let me go back here. So in order to find some element, so we would be using driver dot find element by dot id, and here we need to provide the id, right? So after doing this, we have identified this particular login or username field. Now what I will do is that I will save this value in a web element, and I will name that as a username. So web element equals to username equals to this one. So I'm saving this value as a web element, and the name of this particular web element is username. So I'll import web element here. Now what I can do on this field. So ideally what I need to do is that I need to provide the username, which is admin in this case, as they provided, and also we can perform multiple things here. So I would be using username dot, and here you can see we have a multiple option. If there is text already written, you can clear this one, you can click on this one, Okay, you can get accessible name of this one, you can get the class of this one, get the CSS string value. There are so many options available for you to do on this particular field. So commonly what I need in terms of automation is that the first thing, this field should be displayed. So I will go with is displayed. Then similarly, what I will do is that I will go here is enabled, right? So this particular field should be displayed and it should be enabled. Then I will type something here, right? So now in the third step, I will type username dot. So how I can provide a text or how I can type in this particular field. For that, we have a method called send keys, and here we need to provide our text. So text is admin, and that's it. So provide a username. For that, we have done a couple of steps here. We identified this field, we checked is either this field is displayed, enabled, and if this is so, then we should be typing this one, right? Let me copy all this from here and let me paste it here. And now I will do the same thing for the password field. Okay, and I will change this to password, and password. And let me go here and let me inspect the login functionality here. And again, it's a unique and ID is available. Let me copy this one from here and paste this here. And again, I need to provide a text, and the password they have already provided here is admin123. Let me copy this one and go back here, and we need to provide the password. Now after providing the password, what we need to do is that we need to click on login, right? So I'm copying this one from here and I will do some similar options over there. So now I will be clicking on the button, clicking login button. So I will change this as login button, and let me copy this one, change it here, because these methods are also applicable on the button. So we really want to see either the button is displayed or not, button should be enabled or not, and if button is enabled, then we need to click on this one. So we need to change this part from here. Then we have a method which is click, and that's it. And now we need to identify this button separately. For that, I'm going back here again and let me click on login, and we have a unique ID. So I would be going with the ID again here, and here I will provide the ID. So we have done some basic steps here which will eventually do the login, because we have provided the username, we have provided the password, and then we are clicking on a button. So let me save this one and see what happens here. And one more thing we use is driver.manage.window, so we can manage the window as well. You can maximize or minimize the video. So let me run this one and let me click on Java application and see what happens. So browser is maximized to open the application, and now it should provide the username. You can see username and password provided, and now it logged in successfully. Now there is a problem. Problem is that our script got executed successfully. However, how our script will know that our login worked perfectly fine. So in idle, we need to assert something here. We need to tell our script if, for example, we got this welcome Paul here, then this means that application logged in successfully. Similarly, you can choose any kind of a element from here and you can assert the value. So for that, let me close this browser here and let me go here and let me log in this first here, admin, then admin123, and let's log in. And after login, we need to see this one, welcome Paul. So I'll inspect on welcome Paul, and you can see that we have this one. So now this has a ID welcome and this has a text welcome Paul. Okay, so let me select this ID here and let me go here. Now what we are doing is that we are asserting to ensure that login worked properly. Okay, and let me copy this one here and let me copy some details from here. So we need a web element here, and this web element, let me remove this one from here, and this is welcome, right? And what we need is that we need to provide the ID here. So for that, let me go back here, copy the ID from here, and let me paste it here. And from this particular element, what I need, welcome dot, I need to get the text of this, right? So get text, we have this particular method here, and let me terminate this field. Now let me first ensure that we are getting this particular value or not. So what I will be doing here right now, system.out.println, and under the println, I'm just printing the value which I will get from this one. So I will copy this one and paste it here. Okay, and let me save this one. Now run the script and see what happens. If I get the value welcome Paul, this means my direction towards automation is correct. So it's got executing, it's logging now, and after login, so let me go to the Eclipse here, and you can see that it's printed welcome Paul here. Okay, I'm copying this one here, and now what I will do is that right now I'm just comparing the text, but later on we would be using the proper assertions in automation. So I'm creating a string here, string actual, or like expected, and that string is welcome Paul. Okay, so I just created a string expected value, and this is welcome Paul, and I'm also getting a value from here. So let me put it into string as string actual value equals to this one, right? I'm commenting this one as of now because we have already verified this one. So we are expecting this value, and actual we get some value, and this value would be placed in actual value. Now we need to ensure if both are equal. If actual value is equals to the expected value. Here actually we need to provide double equals to in order to compare these two values. We need to open the body of if. So if these values are equal, then what we need to do, we need to print system dot print ln, and what I need to print here is that if these both values are equal, then print test case passed. Okay. Else what we need to do is that, let me go to the else body here, else system dot print ln, and against this I need to print, in case if both values are not equal, then test case. Okay, so we are done with our code. Let me save this one and let me run this one and see what happens. So usually we do not use if and we compare the strings. We would be using proper assertions when we will actually work on either testng or JUnit. We will use proper assertions at that time. Let me go to my Eclipse again, and it says test case failed, because last time when we were actually creating this script we were getting welcome Paul, but right now we're open here, it says welcome quota. So that's how you can automate the login functionality of any of your web applications. Thank you so much for watching this tutorial. If you like our content, then do like, comment, share and subscribe our channel. We hope that you have learned something today. See you in the next tutorial. Hello everyone, welcome to this Selenium tutorial. In this tutorial, we will learn about the browser navigation methods in the Selenium. So let's begin. First, let's understand what are browser navigations, and then we will see how we can utilize them in the Selenium. So let me go here on the browser and let me enter this website again. So this is the main website of the Selenium, right? And let me go to this download section here. Okay, so now we are on the download section, and if you see here this back button, this forward button and this refresh button, these are basically referred to browser navigations. So if I click on this back button, it will take me to the previous page, so which is the Selenium main page. And if I click on this forward button, it will again take me back to this download section. And similarly, if I click on this one, it will refresh the page. So this is the functionality which we need to automate using the Selenium. Now let's open the Eclipse and start writing the code. So let's open the Eclipse here, and I will be creating one more class here. We need to go here, new, click on the class, and let me name it as browser navigation methods. Okay, and now check on this public main method, public static main method, and click on finish. So we have this method now, and let me copy a couple of lines from the previous script. So let me copy these from here and let me paste it here. I am removing the comments here so that we can have a properly looking script here, and let me remove this one here. So basically what we are doing here is that we are just aligning our code here so that it looks proper now. So first step is basically we are setting the property for the driver, ChromeDriver here, and we are providing the exe of that one. Then we are creating the instance of ChromeDriver. Then we are actually managing the window and we are maximizing the window. And then finally, we are opening the particular URL here. So what we need to do is that first we need to navigate to the Selenium website. Okay. Let me open the notepad where I have actually written down these URLs. Let me open the notepad here. And here you can see that we have this main URL. So let me copy this one. And let me go to Eclipse again. And let me provide this URL here. Okay. Save this one. And now let's run this one and see what happens. So it should open the Selenium website as per the script. So the main link opened successfully here. Now let's go back to the Eclipse here. And now what we need to do is that we need to navigate to the downloads page. Okay, so for that we would be writing driver dot, then we have a method, WebDriver method, which is navigate dot to, and here we need to provide the URL. Okay, so let me go to my notepad here and let me click on this one. Okay, and provide this one. Now here navigate to and get method works in a very same way. Okay, let me save this one and let's run this again and see what happens. So now first it will go to the Selenium website and then it will navigate to the downloads. So now it is navigated to the downloads. Okay, let me close this one, and what we need to do is that I need to go back to this particular URL, because right now when we execute our script it will take us to this particular downloads page. Okay, so here the simple driver dot navigate dot back, and that's it. So now it will take our user back to this particular main URL of the Selenium website. Let me save this one and let's run this again and see what happens. So first it will take to the main Selenium website, then download section, and then again back to this selenium.dev, which is the main URL. Okay. Now similarly, what we can do is that we can provide driver dot navigate dot, then we have a forward method here, right? And it will again take us back to this URL, right? So let me save this one and let me run this one and see what happens. So it will first Selenium dev, then it will take to downloads, then back to Selenium, then back to the downloads section. The script is executing quite fast, so that's why you might be not seeing this properly. So let me add some delays here so that you can see it properly. So what I'm doing is that I'm adding thread.sleep, and here let me add 5 seconds delay here, and let me hover on this one and let me throw declaration for this one. Okay, and let me copy this one, paste it here, and after this one let me paste it here. So now we have seen that how we can navigate back and forward and to. One more thing is remaining is regarding to the refresh the page. So driver dot navigate dot refresh. So it will refresh your current page at that time. So now as I have put some delays here, you will see it happening exactly. So let me run this one and see what happens now. So first Selenium.dev will open, and after some time you will see that it will navigate to downloads. Now it will take back to the Selenium main page. Then it will take back us to the download section, and now it will refresh this page here as well. So you can see at the end the page got refreshed. Thank you so much for watching this tutorial. If you like our content, then do like, comment, share and subscribe our channel. Once again, thank you so much and see you in the next tutorial. Hello everyone, welcome to this Selenium tutorial. In this tutorial, we will learn to handle the dropdowns in the Selenium. So let's begin. We will try to understand what are dropdowns, and then we will see how we can automate the functionality of the dropdown. For that, just go here on the browser and type Internet Heroku app and search for this one. So this is the link, the internetherokuapp.com. This is a site from where you can do the practice as well, and it contains a different web elements, different functionalities are available, so you can use this site for the practice. Right now we are working with the drop down, so let's click on drop down here. So dropdowns are those elements which contains the multiple values, and from multiple values you can select only one value at a time. So either you can select here option 1 or option 2. So there is only one option you can select. Furthermore, what we need to do is that we need to inspect this one, and let's see what it is. So if you go here, so this should be a select here. If this is not a select tag, then we will be using some other way to automate this kind of a functionality. So this is a select option. Right now open another tab here and search Selenium select class, and we will be navigating to the official documentation of Selenium here. Let's scroll down a bit. Yes, so class select, and this one is the class. So let me open this one. So this is a class, okay, and this is how you can use the select, and under select you need to pass the web element, and there are so many methods available. For example, deselect all if you want to deselect, deselect by index, deselect by value, deselect by visible text. Similarly, you can select by index, select by value, and select by visible text. So let's discuss these three methods first and understand. So select by index means if I go here onto the application, here you can see that we have multiple options like option 1 and option 2, right? So index always start from 0, so it should be 0, 1 and 2, right? So if 0, 1 and 2, so that's how indexing works. Secondly, the second option is basically regarding towards the select by value. How we will get this value? Let me go back here and let me explore this one a bit. So you can see that value, we have an attribute called value, and value equals to 1 and value equals to 2. So we can use these attributes to work around with these drop down options. And third is very obvious here, which is basically regarding to the visible text. So if I go here again, so the visible text here is option 1 and option 2. Now let's try to automate this functionality, and we will see how it works. So let me go to the Eclipse here, and let me create one class here, and let me go to the automation scripts, and here go to the new, go to the class here, and let me name it as automate drop down. Okay, like the main method check here, click on finish, and I would be copying some URLs from here, some code from here, and let me paste it here. This is the basic code which we need here, and we need to go to this website first. So let me copy the direct URL from here, and let me paste it here, right? Save this one, and let me run this one and see if this particular URL is being opened or not. So it opened the browser and is navigating to this particular URL which contains the drop down functionality. So it's loading right now. So it opened the page successfully which contains the drop down, right? Now what we need to do is that we need to find this drop down, right? So let me go here, and if I see this particular select option, it contains a ID. So ID is the fastest locator, so that's why we would be using this one. So let me go back here, and here what we need to do is that we cannot directly go here and type driver dot find element. We cannot do that because select is a class. We need to create an object, and as we saw in the documentation, we need to pass the value to the constructor. So let me create the object select as object obj. I'm naming it as a obj, and equals to new, then select, and now terminate this one. So first we need to import this one, and after importing, it is still showing some error because we need to add an argument to match this select web element thing here. So if I go back here and go to the official documentation, so here you can see that this is a constructor, and under the constructor we need to pass the web element, right? So let me go back here, and here we need to find driver dot find element by dot id, and let me go here and let me open the application. So the id is drop down. Let me copy this one from here and paste it here. That's it. Now we have successfully created the object of the select class. Now we can access the methods available. So in order to access, you need to provide the name of object dot, then we have these all methods available here. So let me go with the first method, select by index, and let me select the first index. Okay, and let me save this one and see which option it's gonna select now. So let me run this one and see what happens. Loading right now, and once it will be loaded, it will select option from the drop down. So you see that it's selected option 1 here. By default it was please select option, so it's selection option 1. Now go back here, as we discussed it was indexing, so 0 1 2. So let me change the index to 2 here, save this one, let me close this one here, and let's run this again and see what happens now. Now the second option which is present on the index 2 will be selected, which is option 2 in this example. So you can see that option 2 is selected. Now let me go back here and let me comment this one for a while, and let me go for the second option here, obj dot select by value. right? And we need to provide the string value here. And if I go back to the HTML, so you can see that option 1 has a value 1 and option 2 has a value 2. So I'm setting the value to 2 here so that option 2 should get selected. So let's run this one and see what happens here. So now it should select the option 2 directly. So it's loading right now. Need to wait. Yeah. So this has selected the option 2 successfully. Let me close this one from here and this one from here. And now the third thing is regarding towards the visible text. So obj dot select the element by visible text. Again, this is a string here and we need to provide the string. So let me go to the browser here and the visible text is 1, option 1, right? So this is the text here. Let me copy from here and let me go back here and let me provide this one and let me save this one. Now let's run this one and see what happens. Now it should select option 1 from the drop down values. So you can see that it has successfully selected the option 1. Now what else we can do around these options? So one of the very common thing is that you want to count the number of options available in the drop down, right? So how you can do that? So let me put a comment here, count number of options available in dropdown. This is what we need to do. Now, as we have more than one element, so we can save this using the list here. So list web element, okay, and let me name it as drop down values count and equals to now obj dot. So after dot you can see that we can have an option called get options, and you can see the type is list here, and let me select this one. Now once we are done with this one, what we need to do is that we need to import the list and the web element. So let me import the web element. Now let me import the list as well. So now using this drop-down values count, I can get the count of this particular drop-down. So let me print it out using system.out dot print ln, and here under the print ln what I need to do is that I can use this one, copy, let me paste it here, dot, and here you will find a method called size. So this is a method here, and again it's a list return type, and it has a number of elements in the list. So we have already created a list above here. So this is a list here, and now this size will get the size of this particular list. So let me do that, and let me bring in this one, and that's it. Now let's run this one and see what happens. Furthermore, you can also do that. You can also loop through the values and you can assert the values as per your requirement. For example, if you want to assert that your dropdown should contain option 1, then you can loop through the values and you can assert the value as well. So let me go back to the Eclipse here, and here in the console it says 3. And the question is that why it shows 3, because the reason is that it also counts this please select an option label as well. That's why it counted as a 3. Similarly, when we were using the index, so it was counting, please select an option as a 0 indexed, then this is a 1 index, and that was the second index. Thank you so much for watching this tutorial. If you like our content, then do like, comment, share and subscribe our channel. We hope that you have learned something today. Once again, thank you so much and see you in the next tutorial. Hello everyone, welcome to this Selenium tutorial. In this tutorial, we will learn to automate the checkboxes. So let's begin. Let's first understand what are checkboxes, and then we will see how we can automate those checkboxes. So for that, I'm going here and using a website called demoqa.com, and here you will need to navigate to forms here. And here you will see a form, and that form will actually contain multiple checkboxes. So once it will get loaded, we'll see a form here in this particular area. So let me click on the form again. Yes, so this is a student registration form, and this hobbies are basically contains the checkboxes. Now checkboxes are those boxes where you can select the multiple options. Previously, we were discussing about the drop down where we were able to select only one option from the available list, right? But here in this case, you can select the multiple options. So this is the functionality of the checkboxes. Now we need to automate this particular functionality here. We need to check this one or uncheck this one, so that we can automate this form, right? So let me go to the Eclipse here, and let me go here and let me create one class. You need to go to the new, then class, and let me name it as automate checkboxes. You need to click on this blank static void main. This is a main method. Just click on finish. Let me copy some code from the previous example. Let me copy this one here, and let me click on this one. Remove this particular text from here, paste the code, and now we need to provide the URL. So let me copy this one, and let's go back to your Eclipse here, and we need to provide this form here. So let me save this one and let's execute and see what happens. So this form should be opened successfully. So it's loading, and yes, the form has been loaded successfully here, right? So let me go to the browser here, and the first thing we need to do is that we need to identify the locator of these checkboxes. So for example, if I want to check this sports here, so I need to click on this one, then I need to click on inspect here, and here you will see that, let me go here and select this one from here. So this is the label, but we don't need a label here. What we need is that we need this checkbox, right? So let me go to the browser, actual browser, and let me select this one, right? Click on inspect here, and here we need to go to the SelectorsHub, and using the SelectorsHub we would be selecting this option, right? So here is the different selectors available for this one, and let me use the relative XPath this time, and let's go back, and here what we need to do is that we need to do driver dot find element by dot XPath, and we need to provide the XPath here, and then we need to provide the terminator here. So as a best practice, what I'll do is that I will save this to a web element. So web element, and let me name it as checkbox equals to driver.find element, right? We will be importing this one, and here I am using the small e, that's why it is suggesting me to change to the web element. So web element is with a capital E here. Now we have saved this one, and now let's see what options we can perform on this particular element. So checkbox dot. So again, we can do a click here. We can get a text. We can get a size. We can get a tag name. So we have multiple options. So in order to simply check this one, we need to click on this one. That's it. That's a simple way to check this one, right? Let me put a thread.sleep here. Thread.sleep, and let me add a time for 5 seconds here, and we need to throw an exception here. Let me add this one. That's done. Now let me repeat the same thing here to uncheck this particular sports from the checkboxes, right? So this is what we need to do. Let me save this one, and let's run this and see what happens. So it should first check the sports, and then it should uncheck the sports as well. So you need to see this area here. So let's see what happens. It's loading, and after some time it should check the sports. Yes, the sports has been checked. It will wait for the 5 seconds, and after 5 seconds it will uncheck. So it is unchecked as well from here. Now let me close this browser here and this one here, and now we can see what else we can do here with the checkboxes. So in terms of the checkboxes, checkbox dot, so we can get the CSS value, we can get the attribute, and we can get the size, we can get text. Let's see what we get as a text. So in order to print that, I'll be putting it in system.out.println, and in println I am actually placing this one. So let me directly write it here, checkbox dot get text, and that's it. And let me save this one, and let's run this and see what happens. Now ideally it should print the word sports, but see what happens, because we were using some other locator. We were using this locator, but let's see what happens. It got checked, and now it will unchecked, and let's go to Eclipse and see what it prints. So it has printed the text of the sports. Now if you want to assert this value, we have already learned how we can assert manually using if and else. Let me go to this my login test here, and let me show you how I did it in my previous tutorial. So simply I saved those values, I got the value, save it in a string, then I created a string called expected value, then I asserted this value. So you can do in a simple way and assert the value. Right now this is we have what we have learned, but ideal cases we would be using the proper assertions provided in either JUnit or TestNG, and we will assert the different values. Thank you so much for watching this tutorial. If you like our content, then do like, comment, share and subscribe our channel. We hope that you have learned something today. See you in the next tutorial. Hello everyone, welcome to this Selenium tutorial. In this tutorial, we will learn to automate the links in the Selenium. So let's begin. First, let's understand about the links and how the links work in terms of the HTML, and then we will see how we can automate the links using the Selenium. So for that, I'm using an example of google.com, and this is a google.com, and here there are so many links available. For example, if I go to here, how search works, so this is basically a link, right? Similarly, the business is a link, advertisement has some link, privacy has some link. Now let me right click on this one, let's go to the inspect here. So link means that if in the HTML, if you see an attribute called href and it provides some URL here, so this is basically a link, right? So if I click on this link here, so it will open to this particular page. So link is always something which can direct you somewhere, maybe on the same page or maybe on some different pages. So that's how links work. So similarly, you can see that this Gmail has a link here. Let me inspect this one, and here again you see that we have this href and it has some URLs, right? Now you have a test case. What is the test case? Let me write a test case here. Test case is that you need to verify the total number of links present on the web page. Okay, and also what we will do is that we will print those URLs. So once you have a list of all URLs, you can assert that as well, right? So let me start with some concept logical building of automation script for the links here. So far what we were doing is that we were using driver.find element, and we were using by ID or by XPath or something like that, right? But here on the page there will be more than one link, right? So let me give it heading as a logic. So now we have, if I go back to the page here, so there are so many links like this one, this one, this one, this one. There are multiple links here, right? So we need to identify all these links, and as we discussed that href is an attribute which really helps you to find the URLs, right? And if I go back here and let me inspect this again here, and let me show you something very good or interesting here. So if you see that this is a anchor tag, okay, if I click on or if I inspect any of the links here, they would be under this A tag, which we know as an anchor tag, right? So similarly, if I go here and inspect this one, and you can see that it contains a anchor tag as well. So this is a key and a catch here while automating the links. Now if I go back to the notepad here, so what I can do is that we have a one way which is known as by tag name. By tag name. So anchor is the tag. So if I use by tag name, I can get all the anchor tags here, whatever is under the A tag, right? So if there are hundreds of A tags or anchor tags, you will get using by the tag name. But the problem here is that, as we discussed, the links on the page are more than one, right? So we cannot use driver.find element. So we have to use driver.find elements. So in this tutorial, we will also learn about how to use driver.find elements. So let's go to the Eclipse and start automating the links here. So let me create one class here class, and let me name it as automating links, and let's select the main method here, click on finish, and let me copy some basic initial lines from here. Let's go here and paste this code here. Now, as we discussed that we will be automating the links on the Google page, so let me copy the URL from here and let's paste it here, right? Save this one, let's run this and see what happens. So it should open the google.com, right? This is the same page which we discussed. Let me close this one, and now what we need to do is that we need to find all the links, right? So this is driver.find elements, and elements is a list because it has more than one element, right? And I'm doing it by dot tag name. So what is the tag name here? Tag name is simple A, right? So I am finding all the elements which contains this tag. This is a simple logic here, right? And if I need to save all the links somewhere, so I need to provide a list. Then in list, what we need to do is that we need to provide web element, and I need to give this as links, and that's done. So let me change this to web element and let me import the list from here. Now this particular line find all the elements containing this anchor tag, okay, and save it into the links. And because there are more than one links, that's why we are using the list here, right? Now how I can get the total number of the anchor tags, right? So if I take out the count of anchor tags, this means that I am counting the URLs here. For that, I am using system.out.println, and in println what I need to do is that links.get, and if I go here, so links.get is something which returns the specified position in the list. This is not what we need. We saw previously that there is a method called size, and it returns the complete list here. So let me save here and let me run this one and see what happens. Now this script should collect all the anchor tags, and anchor tags means it contains the URLs, and once it contains all the URLs, it will use .size method to count all the anchor tags or the URLs, and it will give us a count here. So the total count here on this particular page is 19. Okay, now let's move a bit ahead of this one, and once I have a list, so I need to go one by one from the list, and after going one by one, I can print the URLs, and also I can print the text on the particular URL. So if I go back here, and this Gmail is a text here. So if we go here, so this is a text and this is a URL, right? So let me go here. So this can be done using the loop. So I am using a for loop here for int I equals to 0. So we need to start from the 0 because in the list we start with the 0 indexing. So let me start from 0 here, and I is less than links dot size. So basically this links dot size contains the complete size, which is 90. In short, I'm saying here is that I is less than 90, and if this is true, then we need to increment this one. That's it. Now once it will do that thing, now what we need to do is that let me do system.out.println, and in println now we can print, because we are traversing one by one, so we can print both the URLs and the text on that one. So for that, if I go here and say links.get, and it would be I dot get attribute now, and which attribute I need here? So I need href here, right? So this is the attribute I need. So why I have given I here? So initially, if this condition is true, I would be 0. So whatever would be present on the 0 index will go here, and it will take the href from that one. Href means it will bring out the URL from that particular number, right? Similarly, once it will succeed, it means that once this will be true, it will increment into the I, then I would be the 1 here, and next time it will come here and it will provide 1 here and get the attribute of 1 which is present in the list. So this is a concept of printing the URLs here. So in similar way, what I'll do is that system.out.println, and in println what I need is that links dot get I, then previously what we got href, which is a URL. Now what we need is that we need basically a text from it, right? So get I dot get text, that's it. So now it will print all the URLs and the text on those URLs. So let's see. Let me run this one and see what happens. Really, it will first print 19, then the name of the URLs and the URLs as well. So let me go to the Eclipse here and see. Yes, so you can see this is the name, privacy, terms, business, which we were seeing here, right? Business, privacy, right? These are the names here, and we have also printed the URLs. Now we have URLs, we have tags. So now if we want to assert, so you can assert just like we did using the if else, or in the future we would be using some JUnit or TestNG sessions to assert this thing. So basically the basic idea is how we can interact or automate this links here so that we can put some assumptions on that one. Thank you so much for watching this tutorial. If you like our content, then do like, comment, share and subscribe our channel. Once again, thank you so much and see you in the next tutorial. Hello everyone, welcome to this Selenium tutorial. In this tutorial, we will learn to automate the basic authentication. So let's begin. First, we will try to understand what is basic authentication, and then we will see how we can automate this one. For that, I'm going to Internet Heroku app and just click on this link here. And here you will see that this is a basic authentication. So if I click on this one, so it will take to this particular alert pop-up, right, where we need to provide the username and password. Now problem here is that if I click here, you cannot inspect this one, right? And if we cannot inspect, this means that we cannot find this using the driver.quit elements, right? Similarly, if I click on this one or this button, this means that we need to go with some different approach here, right? So they have already provided the username and password, which is admin and admin. Let me click on sign in, and after signing, we will get this message: congratulations, you must have a proper credentials, right? So this is a basic authentication. Let me show you again. Just click on this one, and this is a basic authentication. But right now, as we have already provided the username and password, that's why it takes you directly to this particular congratulations message. Now we need to automate this one, right? And we saw that we cannot inspect those particular fields, which was username and password, right? So let me open the Eclipse here, and let me go here, and let me go to our script section, and let me create a new class here, and let me name it as automate Let's click on main method and finish this one. Let me copy some basic code from here, and let me paste it here. We're done. Now we need to provide the URL, right? So here there's a trick, there's a catch. There are multiple ways to handle this one, but in this particular video we would be using a very simple way to automate this one. So in order to automate this one, what we need to do is that we need to provide the username and password, and we need to append it with the URL. So let's do it here, and let me go back here. So this is a URL, and let me paste this URL here, and here, as per this approach, we need to append the username colon password, then at the rate of URL, right? So let me go here and provide the username, and then colon, then the password, and then at the rate this URL, right? So this is the URL. So let me copy this one from here and paste it here, and let me show you what happens now. This is a very easiest way. In our upcoming session, we will see some different methods to automate this one as well. But right now, let me run this one and see what happens. So ideally, it should logged in, and it should take to our congratulations page, and computing. Let's see what happens. So you can see that it successfully takes us to the congratulations page here. Right now, if I go back here, so this is not the good approach to do, right? So better approach can be like, what I will do is that I will create a string here and name it as username, and will assign the value which is admin here, and similarly what I will do is that I will assign or create the string and assign the value to password. Okay, so similarly I will go here, string password equals to colon admin, and that's it. Now similarly, because we have saved these values admin to username and password, okay, and similarly what we will do is that we will create another string. We will call it as URL, and let me save some value to the URL. Now here if I copy this one, okay, this one from here, and let me paste it here, and let me terminate this one. Okay. Now here what I need to do is that instead of providing the static value, I need to provide the dynamic values. Like I need to pass this string variable username and string variable password here instead of passing the static value admin. Okay, so for that what I need to do is that I need to concatenate these variables here. So let me concatenate this one here, and plus name, then plus, which is concatenation, then colon, right, and after colon we need to provide plus password, then plus, and then we need to provide this at the rate, plus, then at the rate would be in double quotes. So let me copy this whole it here, this from here, okay, and then we are good to go. So now we have successfully concatenated this one, like username, password, then we are concatenating with this at the rate and the rest of the URL, right? Now what I will do is that instead of providing this whole thing here, I will pass this variable which is known as URL. Okay, so that is a good way to do that, right? And let me save this one and let's run this and see either we have properly concatenated this one or not. So it will open here and it will redirect to the URL, and let's see what happens here. It's taking some time because the reason is that it's appending the username and password to the URL in order to authenticate the user, right? So you can see that we have successfully authenticated here as well, right? So this is the one way to automate the authentication. There are other ways. So in our upcoming sessions we will see how we can automate this using the different ways. Thank you so much for watching this tutorial. If you like our content, then do like, comment, share and subscribe our channel. We hope that you have learned something today. See you in the next tutorial. Hello everyone, welcome to this Selenium tutorial. In this tutorial we will learn to automate the alerts present on website using Selenium. So let's begin. Let's first understand what are alerts, and then we will see the different types of alerts, and finally we will see how to automate those alerts using the Selenium. So let me go to the browser here and just right click on anywhere, click on inspect, go to the console here, and let me type here alert, and I'm passing the value as hey, I am the alert, right? So when I click on enter, you see this sort of a pop-up here. So this is known as a JavaScript alert here, right? So let me open the website called Internet Heroku app. So let me go to this application here. Let me close this one. So these are the three different kind of alerts. So the first is known as a simple alert. Let me click on this one. So this is a simple alert here. You just need to click OK or just need to accept this one. Second one is basically regarding the confirmation, and if I click on this one, it will ask for the confirmation. Either I can confirm this or I can cancel this one as well. So both options are available. If I click on cancel, so it will say cancel here. If I click on this one, it will say OK. And the third type of alerts is basically regarding to the prompt. Let me click on this one, and here you need to type something, right? You need to provide some data here. So here I am providing data, and you need to click OK here. So you can see, so these are the three type of alerts here, and now we will see the problem first, and after that we will try to automate this one. So if I click on any of this prompt here, and if I go here, you cannot inspect this element here. You cannot inspect this JavaScript pop-up. I am trying to right click on this one, but nothing is happening. Similarly, if I go here, if I try to right click on this one, nothing happens, right? And if I click on the third one, you cannot inspect here, right? So this is a challenge here. If you cannot inspect, you cannot use driver.find element to find this alert pop-up. And when you cannot find this one, this means that you cannot automate this alert pop-up. Now how we can automate this one? For that, what we need to do is that after clicking on this one, when this pop-up appears, we need to switch from this main window to this pop-up. Okay, and once we will be moved to this pop-up, then we can perform actions on this pop-up. For that, let me open the Selenium documentation, and let me go to the API documentation here, click on API docs here, and go to frames here. Let's scroll down to WebDriver here, which is an interface. Let me scroll down, let me find the WebDriver here. So this is a WebDriver. Click on this one, and this is a interface, right? And this interface has some nested classes, right, which are known as WebDriver navigation, WebDriver.window, right? So there are so many classes available here, and then we have some methods from this class, and if we scroll down, you will see a method called switch to, right? So this is a switch to which we need to use in order to switch to the different pop-up alerts. We can switch to different window, we can switch to different frames. So let me click on this one and also this one. Now this is another interface called WebDriver.targetLocator. Now you can see that after switching, we can use this method switches to the currently active model dialog for the particular driver instance. This means that we can switch to alert, we can switch to frames, we can switch to new window, we can switch to parent frame. So we can, after using this WebDriver switch to method, we can switch to alert, we can switch to frames, and we can switch to the window. And let me scroll down here. If I go to alert here, so this is the information about alert here, right? And then if I go here, so you can see this is the information available for the switch to. So let me go to this Eclipse here, let me create a class here, and under this automation script I will be creating a new class, and let me name it as automating. Like this main method check here, click on finish. Let me copy some basic code from here. Copy this one. Let me go to here because we need the URL as well. So for that, let me go to automating alerts and let me provide this here. And now let's go to the browser here and let me click OK here. This is the first thing we need to go. Let's copy this one from here and paste it here, right? Once you're done with that, what we need to do is that we need to click on this button. So let's right click on this one, click on inspect, and we would be using the SelectorsHub here, and let's copy the relative XPath from here. Okay, let's go back here, driver dot find element by XPath, and we need to provide the XPath here, right? And once we do that, what we need to do, we need to click on this one, right? So after clicking here, what I need to do is that I need to switch to that particular pop-up. So if I go here, if I click on this one, then this pop-up appears, right? Now let's go here. So we are using WebDriver dot switch to dot alert, right? And when you switch to alert, then you have multiple further methods. You can accept this, you can dismiss this. Accept means you are clicking on OK, you're accepting this pop-up. If you dismiss, this means you're canceling this one. If you want to get a text, you can get a text. You can send keys and you can send some test data here. So these are different methods available. So let me click on this one, and now before accepting this one, what I need to do here, let me add thread.sleep, else you might not find this alert because it is opening very quickly. So let me run this one. If we face any exception here, then we will add the thread.sleep in order to delay our execution. So let's run this one and see what happens. So it will go to this website here, and you see it went really quickly and it suddenly opened that one, and after that opening it will close it, right? Now what I need to do is that let me put some thread.sleep here after clicking so that you can see execution properly here. Let me add some thread.sleep here, and I'm waiting here. These are not a good way for delays. We will be using proper waits in Selenium in our upcoming sessions. So let me here put a delay for 5 seconds, and let's run this and see what happens. So before accepting the pop-up, it will stay for some time, right? And you will see that now it will wait for 5 seconds, click on OK, right? So this is how you can accept the pop-up. Now we will go with the second one, and this time we will be using the dismiss method here. And let me close this one, and let's go back to the main page here and inspect this button now, and let me copy the locator from here, navigate to Eclipse here, and here what we need to do is that again we need to provide driver.find find element by dot xpath, and using the xpath we need to click on this button, right? And after clicking this one, again what I'll do is that I will add thread.sleep here so that we can see the action. And now driver dot switch to dot alert dot dismiss. Okay, and this is what we need to do. Let's run this one and see what happens. So first it will go to the first prompt, it will accept the first prompt, then it will dismiss the second one. So after clicking on OK here, you will see that you successfully click on alert, then I am JS confirm, and it cancelled. So you clicked cancel, right? So this is how it works. Similarly, what we need to do is that we need to go for the third one here, and we need to inspect this element here, and let's copy the locator here, go back to the Eclipse here, driver dot find element by dot xpath, and let's provide the xpath here, and we need to click on this button first, and then we need to provide some text here, right? And after providing the text, we can extend this as well. So once we click on this one, I would wait for 5 seconds so that we can see how it's working, and then we'll go to driver dot switch to dot alert dot send keys. So using send keys, you can provide data to particular JavaScript pop-up, right? So here I'm typing here, hey, I am providing data in JavaScript pop-up. This is way you can provide this particular data, and once you will provide the data, I will again put some thread.sleep here. Providing data, you can see this one. Let's copy this one from here and paste it here, and then we will be using the same code from here which we used earlier and paste this one here, right? And that's it. And let's run this one and see what happens. So it will now automate 3 different pop-ups. So first is simple pop-up. It will click on this one, and in the results you will see you have successfully clicked an alert. Then it has clicked on second one and says you clicked cancel, and now it will type here and then click on this one, right? So you have seen that it successfully completed this one, right? So that's how you can automate the alerts in the Selenium. One thing I need to add here is that if you looked closely to the execution, it didn't type this particular text in the pop-up. However, we have written the proper code. This is because of the Chromium driver issue. So let me show you that issue. So let me go to the browser here, and so this is an issue already just logged, and it's a ChromeDriver issue, and issue ID is this. So alert value is not typed into a prompt dialog. So this issue is already being reported, and once it will be fixed, your code will start working properly. Thank you so much for watching this tutorial. If you like our content, then do like, comment, share and subscribe our channel. Once again, thank you so much and see you in the next tutorial. Hello everyone, welcome to this Selenium tutorial. In this tutorial, we will learn to automate the radio buttons available on different websites using Selenium WebDriver. So let's begin. Let's understand about the functionality of radio buttons and then we will see how we can automate those buttons. For that, I would be using this website. This is a demo website and we need to copy this URL and let's go to the browser here and paste this URL. So this is basically a practice form and you can practice your Selenium here as well. So this is basically a student registration form and it contains multiple fields like name, email, gender, date of birth, subjects, hobbies, pictures, current address, and user can also select a picture from here. And if you go to this gender option, so this is basically a radio button. So radio buttons have a multiple options and from multiple options you can select only one option, unlike with the checkboxes where you can check the multiple options. Here you can only select one option, so I can select either this one or this one. Now let's try to automate this one. Let me copy this URL from here and let's go to the Eclipse here. Now what I need to do is that I would be creating a new class here against the package we were using, which were automation scripts, and let me create a new class. Let me name it as automating radio button. We need to select the main method here, click on finish here, and before we start automating this radio button, let me copy some initial code from our previous example. So let me copy this field from here. Let me paste it here. And first we need to provide the URL. So let me copy this URL from here. And let's go back to the Eclipse. And here in Eclipse, we need to provide the URL. So once you will hit this URL, it will take us to this particular demo website, right? Now the first thing we need to do is that we need to identify this element, right? For that, let me open this URL in the Chrome browser. So let me copy this one because we have the SelectorsHub extension here. So let me right click on this radio button. So we need to select this mail option. So we need to be very careful while inspecting the elements. Okay, so inspect this one and need to go to SelectorsHub and we need to select whatever we want, but we need to ensure that it should be one here because it should be unique in this case. So let me copy this relative XPath from here and let's go back here and let me type driver dot find element by dot XPath, and against the XPath I need to provide this one, right? And before we can perform any kind of action on this one, what we can do is that we can save this into the web element, and I'm naming it as radio button. Okay, now this value is being saved against this one. This is a variable name and now we need to import this web element here. So once you have identified the radio option or the button you want to click, you need to perform some action, right? So I need to use this radio button, right, dot. So here you can see that we have a multiple options like equals, click, right, get the size, get text, get tag name, and we have few more options like either this particular option is displayed, enable, select. So the important thing is that we need to click on this one so that we can, select this option from here. So simply press dot and then click, right? And let me save this one. Now let's run this and see what happens, and it will open this particular form here, and after opening the form it will select. So mail is not selected yet, and now it got selected. So let me close this one and let me go here. So in the similar way, what I can do is that radio button dot is displayed, so I can check this thing, either this radio options are displayed. Then we can also check radio button dot is enabled. Then we can also check here radio button dot is selected, and let's explore more options. Let me go here, radio button dot, and let's get the name of this option because we might need to verify that mail is present or not. So in this case, what I can do is that get text, and let me put this into the system dot out dot println, and in println we need to provide this one. So here I missed the M from the system here, and let's save this one and let's run this one and see what happens. Now we will get the name of this radio button or option. So it will get checked here. Yes, it got checked successfully. And let's go to the Eclipse here, and you can see the mail is present. Now let's use some more methods here and see how we can use them. Simply let me copy this one from here, and it's radio button dot, then we have one more thing called get attribute. And if I go here, and if you can see that this particular element has multiple attributes like class, XPath, right? So if you want to ensure that the class is correctly implemented here, this class's custom control label should be implemented here. So we need to get this one, and we can assert this one. So let me go back here, and in Eclipse what we need to do is that get attribute, and the attribute is basically what we are looking for is class, right? This is the attribute we are looking for, and that's we are done. Now let's put this whole thing into system dot out dot println, and let me run from here, and here radio button dot get attribute, and the attribute is class. So let me reconfirm the class is with small c. So that's it, and let's do some more method here. And here let me type radio button dot get, and you can get, let's do with the tag name here. And if I go here and see that tag name here is label, right? So let me go here, and this is the tag name, and this is a simple thing where we don't need to provide any input under the brackets. So let me type system dot out dot print ln, and under the print ln we need to put this one, right? So now let's run this and see what happens, right? And we will get all the details from here, and it will check this one first, right? And now if I go to Eclipse here, so here we got the mail through the get text, then we got the class, this is a class, and then we got the tag. So you can verify all these things right now we're using if else, but later on we will learn about the proper assertions. Thank you so much for watching this tutorial. If you like our content, then do like, comment, share and subscribe our channel. We hope that you have learned something today. Thank you once again and see you in the next tutorial. Hello everyone, welcome to this Selenium WebDriver tutorial. In this tutorial, we will learn to handle the frames using Selenium WebDriver. So let's begin. First, let's understand about the iFrames, and then we will see how to handle the frames using the Selenium WebDriver. So for that, let's go to the browser here and search for what are frames. Okay, so frames are basically an independent container. Okay, and this frame has ability to load the content independently as well. So it's just a part of your HTML, and it's a separate independent container which holds some information, and there's the ability to load that content independently. Now let me search for the internet Heroku app, and we need to go towards the frame. So let me click on this one, and there are two types of frames. One is simply we call as iframe, and the second one is known as nested frames. So in this tutorial we will only cover iframe, and in our upcoming tutorial we will cover the nested frames. So let me click on this one. So apparently it looks like a simple text editor, and here you can write something, you can format your text, right? So as a Selenium automation engineer, what comes into your mind? You see, this is a kind of editor. Let's suppose if you want to type something here, you will inspect this element, and after inspecting this element you will send some data into this particular text area, right? So let's try this one, and let me open the Eclipse here, and here in automation scripts, let me create a new class, and automating, or simply we will write handling frames, and let's check the main method here. Click on finish here, and let me copy some initial code from here, and let me copy this one, and let's paste this code here. Okay, and first we will change the URL. So URL is basically /iframe. Let me copy this one from here, and let's go back to the Eclipse, and here let's paste this particular URL. Now, as a simple automation engineer, as a beginner, what we will do, we will go to the application. Okay, we will just click on this one, go to the inspect, and we will inspect this one, right? And as we are using SelectorsHub, so I will be clicking on this one, and you see that we have this frame XPath, we have this relative XPath. So let me select this relative XPath and use this one to identify. So simply what we will do is that driver dot find element by dot XPath, and we'll pass this XPath here, right? And what we need to do simply send keys, and we need to send some text here, right? So this is usually and as a beginner we do, right? And let me go to the end of this code here, so that there's one bracket missing here, and let me terminate this statement, right? Till there is an issue, so there is a starting bracket from here, then we have starting bracket at the end, right? So we don't need a bracket here, and we just fix this one, right? And let me run this one and see what happens here. So let's see, it will open the browser, it will go to this particular iframe page, and from there ideally it should type here, but this is not the case here, right? And if I go here and go to the Eclipse, we see that there's an exception here, right? And let's explore this expression. So basically it says no such element exception, right? It says there's no such element present, and the reason is that this particular element is under the container of the iframe. That's why it's unable to locate this element, right? Now first what we need to do is that we will switch to the frame, and then we will identify this one and perform our action. So simply let me remove this line from here, and let's driver dot switch to dot then frame. So now we have a multiple options here. So either you can identify the frame using the index, you can use the string name or ID, you can also use as a web element, frame element. So there are multiple ways to identify this one. So for example, if there are multiple frames, like we talked about the nested frames, right? So nested frame means that there are multiple frames, and in that particular case you might need to identify the frame using this frame with the index. Right now I will be using the string, because if I go here and let me scroll up a bit here, so let's inspect this again, and here you can see that this is under the iframe and we have this iframe ID. So ID is always the best option to use, right? So let me copy this ID from here, and that's the reason I was using that particular method here, right? So once we have switched to the frame, now we can actually inspect that element and we can perform some action. Okay, so for that, driver dot find element by dot xpath. So I'm using xpath again so that you can see the difference, right? So let me go here and let me inspect this one again, and here if I go here and click on this inspect here, and you can see that we have this xpath here, right? So let me click on this one and let's go here. Okay, so once we find this one, we can perform multiple actions here. The first thing here we need to do is that we need to remove this thing from here, right? And then we can type something here. Okay, so in this regards, let's go here and save this into the web element, and I will say iframe text box. Though it's not a text box, it's a text area, but just for sake of giving it a name. And let's import the web element here, and let's copy this one from here, and now we can access the methods. Just click on the dot and just click on the clear, and now what we will do is that we need to send some data here. So let's use the send key method here, and I am writing a new text into the text area inside the frame, right? So I want to write this text here. So in order to see how the execution occurs, so let me put some thread.sleep here. Though this is not a good practice, we will learn about the different weights available into the Selenium, but right now, for the sake of showing you how this script works, so let me insert and let me throw the declaration here, and after finding this element, wait for 5 seconds, then clear, then wait for 5 seconds, and then let me click on this one, right? So, and this time I will go with driver.quit. So we haven't learned about driver.quit as of now, but as of now just understand that it will close your existing browser where it actually execute your script. So let me run this here and see what happens. So the frame page has been loading successfully here, and we'll wait for 5 seconds here, and then it will type here, but nothing happens here. And let's go here and we see that we still got no such element exception, right? So this means though we have successfully switched to the frame, but still we are unable to locate here, right? So reason is that there might be some problem with the XPath, right? So what I'll do is that I'll go here, and if I inspect this body here, so you can see that this contains an ID. So let's go with the ID this time and see, and hopefully this should work. So let me do this from here. What we will do is by dot ID, and ID is this one, and so let's run this again and see what happens. So ideally there might be some problem with the XPath, so this is a very common thing, right? So let's see, this time it should clear this one and return this one, but still we are facing some problem. The problem is with clearing the text. It typed some text, but it didn't clear the particular data, right? So for that, what I'll do is that I will go here and put a wait here. Okay, just because script is executing so fast, and that's why this method didn't get executed. And let's run this again, and this time it will work here. And let's run this one and see what happens. Now ideally this should work. So this is how, as an automation engineer, you should work. First, switch to the frames, try with the different locators. If one locator is not working, then move towards another locator. Now you can see it cleared the text box, it inserted the new text box, new data which we provided here, and this successfully executed this one. Now how this switch works basically, because we are in the whole HTML. If I go here, this is the whole HTML. So from HTML we switch to this particular iframe. So you can see this is HTML coming here, and this is a sort of container here. So this is a container. We switch to this container, and after switching, if we need to go back to the main context, how we can do that? That's really simple here. Simply what we need to do is that before we can quit, go here, driver dot switch to dot, and we should have a method for default context. So default context here in this case will come out of this container, so that you can perform automation on the different elements present outside of this frame container, right? So let me save this one and let me execute this one. In this case, now you can inspect other elements and work with this. If you don't move out of the container, you cannot automate the elements. You will not be able to locate those elements, and you will be getting no such element exception in that particular case as well. So this got executed successfully, and yes. Thank you so much for watching this tutorial. If you like our content, then do like, comment, share, and subscribe our channel. Once again, thank you so much, and see you in the next tutorial. Hello everyone, welcome to this Selenium tutorial. In this tutorial, we will learn to handle the nested frames using Selenium WebDriver. So let's begin. Now, for previous session, we learned that how we can handle the frames, right? And we use this particular website, which is Internet Hero app, right? So let me copy this one from here, and let's open this into the browser. Now we need to go to the nested frames. So first we need to go to the frames here, and this is the nested frames here. Before we start working on this one, let's understand a bit more about the frames and nested frames. Then we will start, digging up the HTML here, and we'll eventually see how we can handle the nested frames. So for that, let me open this official documentation of Selenium here and see what they say about the frames. So let me open this one here and working with the iFrames and frames. So in the Selenium, basically they call it as a frames. And as per Selenium, frames are now deprecated, means building of websites layout from the multiple documents on the same domain. And this is usually unlike that. Now we are working on HTML5 web apps, so maybe you might be using some older sort of the website, and it might contain the frames. And if we talk about the HTML itself, so you will find this tag iframe or frame into your HTML, and this will actually identify that this particular area is a frame. And if you want to click on any button, so what we usually learned is that we will do driver.find element by tag name, button, and then we just click. But this will not work in the case of the frames, because the button actually lies inside the container, right? So here what we need to do is that we need to store the value of the variable element into the frame, and or we can directly switch to the frame, and after switching to the frame we can actually click on the button. This is the way how we can actually work with the frames. There are three ways in order to work with the frames. In our previous tutorial we learned about the ID, right? Either we can use name or ID to identify that particular frame, right? For example, if there is a frame which names as maybe button frame, or it might have an ID called button frame. Okay, so you can use this way to switch to that particular frame. There are multiple ways. You can also use the index. If there are multiple frames, like we are talking about the nested frames, then there's indexing going on. So the first frame you will find on your HTML or a web application would be known as at the 0 index, then 1, 2, 3, 4. In this way, you can also switch to a particular frame. And if you want to leave the frame, you can just use this default content. This is what we learned in our previous session, and that's how we can work with this one. However, we still haven't learned about the nested frames. So in the nested frames, what happens is that there's a one frame, is a container. Under that container there is another container, then another container. So this is how it works. So if I go here and open the pane to explain this bit more, so let me draw some here. So this is main frame, and under this frame, let me draw another frame. Let me do this one. So this is one more frame, and assume that there's one more frame inside. So this how nested frames work. So there's the main frame, which we usually call it as a parent frame, and then from parent frame we need to go to the child frame or the nested frame. So that's how this nested frame works. And one more important thing we need to know about is that about the frame set. Frame sets are basically is a collection of multiple frames. So if there are multiple frames used inside your application, then it would be most probably under the tag known as a frame set. Now let's go to the application here, this one, and here you can see apparently it looks like there are 4 sections, but this is not the case here. We need to inspect the HTML, and from HTML we need to understand what exactly is happening here. So let me click here, go to the inspect, and if I go here, you can see that there are mainly 2 frame areas, right? So if I go here and you see, if there are multiple frames, then it will lie under the frame set, right? So if I hover on this frame set, it highlights the whole complete area. Now if I go here, so it's highlighted the upper part where we have a left section, we have a middle section, we have a right section. Then if I hover the second frame, then it's highlighted the border frame. So first let's check the number of frames using the program, right? So for that I'm going here, and let me go here and let me create a new class under this automation scripts. Let me do the class here. Let's handling nested frames. To select this public static void main method and finish. And from this older code, we will be copying some basic lines from here, and we need to place those lines here. Now the first thing is that from the coding perspective, we need to identify how many frames are available. We saw through the HTML that under the frame set there are 2 frames. Okay, now we know that there would be multiple frames under the frame set. So how we can do that? So if I go back to the HTML here, and you can see that the tag is frame, right? The tag is frame. Now if I use the locator called tag name, and using the find elements by the tag name, and the tag name is frame, then it will return all the values representing that tag, right? So for that, simply what we do is that driver dot find elements, and using find elements, what we do by dot tag, and in the tag name, so what is the name of tag? It's simply a frame, right? Is a tag name, and that's how we can find the multiple frames available on our web application. Now I need to save this as into the list, because there might be more than one value. So we will be using a list web element, and we will not name it as, for example, f. This f will be saved into the list web element. So list web element, and this is how we can do it. And now we need to import the web element and list as well. So now we have a complete list. What we can do is that we simply use this variable called f, and we can print this one. So system out dot println, and using into the println, let me use some text here, total names, and let me give some space here, and then let's concatenate with this variable, Okay, so that's how we usually print, right? But what we actually need is that we need a size, right? Because there might be a multiple values, so we need a size of this particular list, and we know that we can do this by variable name dot size method. Now it will print the size of this particular list. Let's run this and see what happens. So from the HTML perspective, we saw that there are 2 frames, right? Now program should also print there are 2 frames. Okay, so let me change the URL actually, and it will fail eventually because it says 0 frames. The reason is that what we need is that we need a proper URL here, and the URL is basically nested frames. Sorry for that. Let me change this one. Now we are good to go with that. Let's run this and see what happens. And I believe that it will now print the count as 2, because from HTML perspective it shows that there are 2, right? And we see this, the total frames equals to 2. Now first we will try to handle the first frame, because that's a bit easier to do. The reason is that, let me, if I close this one as well, and if I go to this particular website, now these are 2 frames, and if I explore this first frame, you will see that under this frame there is another frame, right? There's document, then under document there's another frame set. This means that we have a frame, under that frame we have a frame set, and under that frame set we have these 3 frames. Now you might have a question that when we are trying to take the count of the frame, it says only 2, but now I am showing you that there are 5 frames. The reason is that as we talked, it's a container. Until unless I don't traverse to this particular area, I won't be able to count these ones. This is the problem. Now if I hover on this one, it says left, right, middle accordingly, right? So this is a bit tricky. We will see this one, but if I go here, let me close this one here, and this is the second frame. So first try to automate this one, and then we will see how we can use or handle the above nested frame set and the frames. So go here, and in the similar way, before we handle the bottom frame, we can also count the frame set. So on the upper level is 1 frame set, right? So you can use in a similar way. Now what I need to do is that web, because we need to find, right, web element, and I'm naming it as default name. Okay, so it would be easier for us, and driver dot find element by dot. So right now I will be using the name. Okay, first name here is that the name would be, let me go here and let's try out the find out. So the first we need to go to the frame set actually, and the name is basically, if I go here and select the SelectorsHub, so this is the main thing, this is the main frame, right? So first I need to go to the main frame, and then I can use this one. And the second way around is that I can directly go to the first or the second frame, right? So as we learned that if we talk about this HTML here, so this frame is on the zeros index, right? And this one is on the one index. So I can easily call this one using the index. Now, instead of using a name, let me remove this line from here. Let's do it in a simple way. Okay. So driver dot switch to dot frame and index is 1, and that's good. So we can directly jump into the frame having index 1, right, which is the bottom one. Now I'm taking a string here so that we can print the value in order to see either we are actually in the correct frame or not. So for that, what I'm doing is that string bottom frame equals to driver dot find dot elements and by dot tag name, and the tag name here would be, if I go here and inspect this button specifically, so you can see the tag is body. So I can use this tag name as a body because right now we are under this frame, right? So for that, what I'll do is that simply I will say if the tag name is body here, tag name is body here, this and okay, but what we see is that it says some error because we are saving it to the string. Why I was doing this? The reason is that this is a text and text needs to be saved into the string. So before I close this one, what I'll say is that get text. This is the way to save the value. So once the value has been saved, then system dot out dot println, and in println we would be just passing this string variable, right? Copy this one and save this one. Okay, and now let's run this and see what happens. Now it should switch to the frame 1, which is the bottom, and print the word bottom here. So yes, first total number of frames 2, then bottom has been printed. So this was pretty much easier because we directly switched to the frame because we knew from the HTML that it's on the index 1, and then we performed our action. Now the difficult thing is regarding the upper top frames. So for that, first I need to, now actually I am inside this container frame. I need to go out of this and I need to go to the parent frame first, because it's just like, coming out of small box to the main box. Okay, from small container to the main container. So that's what we need to do. So driver dot switch to dot, we have this method called parent frame. So it will switch to the parent frame, and from parent frame now we can switch to the top frame and then left frame. So driver dot switch to dot frame, and using the name we can use this one. Okay, so if I go here into the HTML, so let me go this one. So the main frame is basically frame underscore top. This is the name, right? We need to copy this one and we need to provide this one here. This is the frame and we need to import this one, and This is the frame. Okay, now once we are in the top frame here, this one, now we are on this level. Okay, but still what we need to do is that we need to go to, for example, this left one or maybe this middle one, right? Again, what we need to do, we simply write driver dot switch to dot frame, and here the frame name is basically, let me talk about, if let's go with this left one, inspect this one, and here the name of the frame is frame dash left. Let me copy this one from here and paste it here. Put the double quotes here. Now we are under this particular box. This is the box. Now we have reached to this box. Now we can perform our action on this one. I will use the same way. In the same way, we just gonna print this particular text, and I'll copy these two lines from here and we'll paste it here, and let me name this as name it as left frame. Okay, and left frame needs to be printed here. Now because we are under this frame, rest of the code will remain same. We just need to change the string name, and we need to pass this string variable here. Okay, that's what we need to do. Now save this one and run this as well and see what happens. Okay, now first it will print total frames 2, then bottom, then now it will print the left. So total frames 2, bottom and left. Now if I need to go to the particular frame which is the right or maybe middle, then again I need to switch to the parent, then from parent, or the second option is that I can use a default context which might take you somewhere here or here, and from there you can actually go to this particular frame. So now what I'll do is that, let me now, because we have done our script, but we need to come out of the frames so that we can work on different elements present on our web application. Right? Simply driver dot switch to, and switch to dot, we have this default context, and that's it. Now you're out of that, then we will close our driver using driver.quit. Okay. Save this one and let's run this one and see. So that's actually how we can handle the different frames. So total frames, again, bottom and left. Thank you so much for watching this tutorial. If you like our content, then do like, comment, share and subscribe our channel. Once again, thank you so much and see you in the next tutorial. Hello everyone, welcome to this Selenium WebDriver tutorial. In this tutorial, we will learn to handle multiple windows or tabs using Selenium WebDriver. So let's begin. First, let's see what is the difference between tabs and window, and then we will see how we can handle those tabs and windows using Selenium WebDriver. For that, let me open my Chrome browser here. And if I go here and click on this plus button, so it says new tab. So this is opening within the same window, right? We have multiple tabs. This is known as tabs. And the second thing is that is about the window. So for example, if I open another instance of Google Chrome, Now this will be treated as a window here. Now what we need to do is that we need to handle these things. And why we need to handle these things? For example, you might have some application where you go and click on any link, and that link will take you to another window or tab. So this is a very common functionality which we encounter. And the challenge here is that first we need to automate something which is open on the main tab. Then we need to switch on the other tab. We need to automate those things. Then after automating, we need to go back to the main tab and continue our automation. So this is the challenge. Before we actually jump into writing the code, let me go through the official documentation of Selenium regarding this. So this is a URL here. Let me copy this from here and paste it here. Okay, so let's see what they say about these windows and tabs. WebDriver does not make the distinction between windows or tabs. So for Selenium WebDriver, these both are same. For them, windows and tabs are same. If your site opens in a new tab or window, Selenium will let you know how to work with it, how to handle that window or this tab. Each window or tab has a unique identifier which remains persistent throughout a single session. This means that if we have created any session through the Selenium WebDriver, for that particular session, the identifier will remain same. Now, how we can get the identifier? Let's suppose right now we are in a tab where it says working with windows and tabs, and through Java we can use driver.get window handle. If we use this one, it will give us that unique identifier for this open tab or the window. Now, how to switch between the windows and how to switch between the tabs? So that's pretty much easier. If you go look here, this is the older way of using it. Okay, and let me go a bit easier here. Simply what we will do is that we will identify those tabs. We will provide the ID of that tab or window, and we just switch through that one. Okay, as we are using Selenium 4 in this series, so Selenium 4 has a feature to open a new tab using this one and open a new window using this one, and we can close the window or tab accordingly. So this is a brief idea about handling the windows and tabs. Let's go to Eclipse now, and let me create a new class here and naming it as handling windows. Okay, so this is the name of class. Let me click on finish. Now before we start, let me copy some basic lines of code from here and let me paste it here. Right, so let me remove this part. Let me go with this one. Now we are here. Okay, so this will open the ChromeDriver, actually the Chrome browser. Then it will maximize the window. Then it will open this Internet Heroku app URL into the application. Right, this is the way. Now what we need to do is that first we know that if we need to get an identifier as mentioned on their official website, we will be using this driver.get window handle. So for that, let me go here and driver.get window handle and handles. So there are two things: get window handle if you are looking for a single window. if there are multiple windows open, and in that particular case you would be using get window handles. Right now we need to use this one, and we will be getting some kind of an identifier which would be in the string form. So for that, what I will do is that string, and let me name it as main window or tab / tab. Let me with the tab name here. You can name it anything, okay, but name should be something which can actually tell you what this will get for you, right? Now let me go with system.out.println, and in println I would be printing this thing, and let's see either we are getting some string identifier or not. So let me run this and see what happens. So it will go to the Internet Heroku app, and then it will give us the details of that particular tab. And let me go here and let me go to the console section here. Here is the console, and here you can see that we got something unique here, right? So this is basically an identifier for this first window where this particular application is open. Okay, now what we can do is that let me go back, let me close this one here, and let's go here. Now as we know that using Selenium WebDriver 4 feature, I can actually open the new tab or window, right? So this is the way. So let me copy this from here, and let's go here and let me paste it here, right? So here we need to import window type, and we are good to go. Now what it will do is that it will open a new tab. The first tab will contain Internet Heroku app, and the second tab would be empty as of now. So let's run this and see either it's opening a new tab or not. So it will go Internet Heroku app, and then you can see it opens a new tab here, and this tab is empty now. Now the question is that how we can open a URL in case if there's any URL which we need to pass here. So that's really simple actually. What we need to do is that we need to go with the simple this driver.get option, because now we are actually switched to that window. And let me go here and let me type here google.com. Let me copy the URL from here, go back here, and let me paste it here. Okay, now let's run this and see what happens now. So it will open the first tab where it will open the Internet Heroku app. Now it will open a second tab, and it will open the second website, which is google.com, right? But in actual you might face some scenarios where actually you will go here and click on something and it will take to you another tab. But in either way it will work in the same way. Okay, so now let's go back and here, and now what I need to do is that I would be using driver.getWindowHandles, because at this point of the code there would be two tabs, right? So ideally what happens is that it should give us two different IDs. So driver dot get window handles, okay, and let me put it directly into system.out.println, and under the println let me put this one and let me put it direct into here. So driver dot get window handle, okay. And let's run this and see what happens. So in interviews, you might encounter with the question that either this identifier will change at any point. No, it will not change. If there's one unique identifier, it will remain same throughout your session, which is created through the Selenium WebDriver. If I go back here and let's see. So this is the first thing. When it goes to the first step here, we got this unique identifier. And if we look into this one, this is the very same identifier and it reflects to this Internet Repo app tab. Now the second one is actually reflecting to the basically the Google tab. So that's how we can actually switch between the tabs. And now we are actually on other tab, right? We are on the Google tab. So how can I go back to the main tab? That's really simple. So if I want to go back to the main tab here, so main tab is saved here in the using this string. So what I will do here, I will go with driver dot switch to dot window, and here we need to provide this main window. So this is the main tab here and we need to provide here, and that's it. So now it will go back to the main tab, which is Internet Heroku app tab. And let's suppose if we want to confirm that either we are on the correct tab or not, how we'll do this. Simply what I'll do is that driver dot simply if I go with the get title of the page, and let me put this into system dot out dot print ln, and inside the print ln I will be passing this one. So let me copy this one from here and paste it within this system dot out dot print ln, and let me remove this from here. So now what is happening, first it will go to this internetherokuapp.com, then open a new tab where it will go to google.com, then it will switch back to the main tab actually, which is this internetherokuapp.com. Then it will actually grab the title. So from title we can actually assert that we are on the main tab. So let me do this and let's run this and see what happens. So first it will go into the first tab, then it will go to the second tab, then it will again come back to the Internet Heroku app tab, and if I go here, so it printed the internet. So how the internet came from? So basically the internet is a title of this particular Internet Heroku page. So for that, let me show you and let's confirm the title. For that, let me go here and let me copy this URL from here and open the browser and let me paste it here. And if I go here, go to inspect. So if I go to the HTML here, so this is a header and this is a title. So the title, because we were getting a title, so the title is the internet. So this means that our driver was switched back to the main page. Now let's do this example with the type of window. So here initially we were using a tab here. Now we have another option called dot window. So I'm just changing from tab to window here, and it will work in a very same way. Now let's go here and let me run, and this time you will see that there will be two instances of Chrome browser. First instance here internetherokuapp.com, then another tab open where google.com open, and then it switch back to the main, and here you will see that both are open. In one it's Google and on other is Internet Heroku app. So that's how you can actually work with the multiple tabs and windows, and that's how you can switch between tabs and perform your automation. Thank you so much for watching this tutorial. If you like our content, then do like, comment, share and subscribe our channel once again. Thank you so much and see you in the next tutorial. Hello everyone, welcome to this Selenium WebDriver tutorial. In this tutorial, we will learn the difference between driver.quit and driver.close. So let's begin. In our previous session, we learned that how to handle the multiple windows and tabs. If you know how to handle multiple tabs and windows, then it would be easier for you to understand the difference between driver.quit and driver.close. So if you don't know how to handle multiple windows and tabs, just go back to my previous tutorial, check out that, and then come back to this tutorial. Now, let me tell you the difference between driver.quit and close. If we talk about driver.close, then let me open the browser first to explain you about this one. And let me open multiple tabs here. And for example, if you are standing on this third tab and you are using driver.close, then driver.close will close this particular tab only. This means that it will close this tab. It will not close the remaining two of the tabs. Similarly, if we talk about the multiple instances of Chrome or Windows, let me open another Chrome here. Now we have two instances here. Okay. So for example, if we are standing on the second instance of the Chrome, then driver.close will close the current instance. Let's suppose it will close this one. The second one will remain the same. In contrast, if we talk about driver.quit, it will quit the existing instance or the session of WebDriver. In short, if I simplify this one, it will close everything for you in simple words. So now let's see that practically. Let me go to Eclipse here and let me create one class here. Go to new, add class, and let me type it as close versus quit. And let's finish this one. Let me copy some code of lines from our previous tutorial and let me copy the whole code and see what we actually need or not. Let me copy this one and paste it here. And first, this script will go to this Internet Heroku app.com and then it will switch to window, and in other window it will open google.com. Now as per this code, it will now switch back to the main tab, which is this one. And after this one, if I go here, so let's first talk about the tab thing here. So driver.tab. Okay, now this thing will work in terms of tab. So in the first tab, it will open Internet Heroku app.com. Okay. Then in the second tab, it will open google.com. And after opening the google.com, it will switch back to the main tab, which is the Internet Heroku app.com. After that, we would be using driver.close. Okay. Now let's run this script and see what happens here. So let me run this one. First, it will open the Internet Heroku app. Then it will open another tab and open the google.com. And now focus will be shifted to initially Internet Heroku app.com. And as we discussed that driver.close will close only the current tab or the window. And as per this script, we are finally on the main tab, which was initially internetheroapp.com. That's why only google.com remains there, right? Now in contrast, if I talk about driver.quit in the same case, okay, let me save this one and let's run this one. Now you will see that whole instance of WebDriver session will be closed. Nothing will be open. Everything will be closed in this, right? So whatever we started, everything will be closed. Now let's see this in terms of window now. Dot window, right? And here instead of driver.quit, I would be using driver.close. So let me run this one and see. And now here two instances of Chrome will be open. In the first, it will go to internetheroapp.com and it will open another instance of Chrome where actually it opened google.com, and because script is running a bit faster, it went back to the first tab where Internet Heroku was opened and closes that, because at that time of script the current window was Internet Heroku app, and that's why only one instance remaining here, right? Now let's do with driver.quit and see what happens. So let me run this and see what happens. Now it will close each and everything. This means current WebDriver session will be terminated. In short, everything will be closed. Now you see google.com instance is also closed, Internet Heroku instance also closed. So that's actually difference between driver.quit and driver.close. Now we know that when we have to use driver.quit and driver.close. So the cases where you only need to close a particular single window, current tab, then you can use driver.close. But if you want to terminate the whole WebDriver instance, which will closes all your tabs or windows, then you need to use driver.quit. Thank you so much for watching this tutorial. If you like our content, then do like, comment, share and subscribe our channel. Once again, thank you so much and see you in the next tutorial. Hello everyone, welcome to this Selenium WebDriver tutorial. In this tutorial, we will learn to upload the file using the Selenium WebDriver. So let's begin. First, let's understand how the upload functionality works, and then we will see how we can actually automate it using the Selenium WebDriver. For that, let's go to the browser here, and we need to search for Internet Heroku app, and this is a file upload option here. But if we are going to the application directly, just click on this one and then you will find this file upload option here. Just click on this one, and here either if you click on this red box, so it will open a pop-up, or if you click on choose file, it will open a pop-up. In either case, what we need to do is that we need to provide a file, click upload, then it will upload a file. First, let's create a file, and for that let me go here, right click on this one, go to new, go to text document. I'm naming it as Selenium, and let me open this file. Let me type something. This is Selenium upload, Selenium WebDriver upload tutorial, WebDriver upload file tutorial, right? And let me save this file. Okay, now we have this file, and if I go back here and click on this one, and let's select this Selenium file, click open, you see that the file name is now appearing here, selenium.txt. Now we need to click on upload. It will upload the file and it will say file uploaded, and this file is actually being uploaded. Now this is the functionality we need to automate using the Selenium WebDriver. Okay, now let's go to the Eclipse here, and in Eclipse let's create a new Java file, and the class name, let me name it as automating file upload. Okay, and let me select on this main method here and click on finish. Before we start automating this one, let me go to this previous script and let me copy some basics from here, basic code from here, so that we don't need to write it again and again. And here, first we need to do is that we need to provide this URL. So let me copy this URL from here and let me give it here, right? So we are done with the providing the URL. Now what we need to do, we need to identify this button or this particular box here. So let me go with this button. Go here, click inspect, and here if I go to SelectorsHub, so we can see that it has a unique ID, and the ID is this one. So let me copy this one from here and let me go here, and we need to find this thing first. So driver dot find element by dot ID, and ID is this one which we copied from there, and that's it. Now this particular button has been identified. First what I will do is that I will save this into the web element. Okay, web element, let me name it as upload file, right? And here you see that it's showing some error. So basically we need to import web element here, right? Now once we have this file identified, file button identified, then the easiest way to upload the file here is to use the send key method. So let me copy this one and paste it here, dot send keys, and in the send keys we need to provide the complete URL of that particular file. So if I go to my desktop and this is a file, right click on this file, go to the properties. So it's basically this one, right? Format is .txt and name is this one, right? Let me put this here so that I can create a complete URL or the path of the file from here. Let me do this and let me do. Now let's go here, and the path is basically, okay, sorry, it didn't copy the path. Let me go back here and let's rename. Let's go to the properties here and copy this one, okay, and go to the Selenium here. Then we put double slash and the name of the file is selenium.txt, right? So selenium.txt. Here we need to ensure that we must provide the extension here. Okay, now let's save this code and run this file and see what happens. So let's run this, and now without opening that dialog box it will provide the file, and you see that the selenium.txt has been provided here without opening this one. So that's a trick here. That's the easiest way to send a file without opening the file dialog box, right? And but it didn't upload the file because we have to click on this upload button. Okay, so let me inspect this one Not from here. Let me go here and let me inspect this button. And again, this button has a unique ID. Let me copy this one and let's close this browser from here, and let's go to this script. Now driver dot find element by dot id, and we will be providing id of upload button here. And what we need to click on this one. That's it. Okay, now we are done with this code. Let's go here and run as Java application, and let's see what happens here. It should upload the file, and we will see this file uploaded page, and that's correct. So that's how actually you can automate the file upload functionality using the Selenium WebDriver. Thank you so much for watching this tutorial. If you like our content, then do like, comment, share and subscribe our channel. Once again, thank you so much and see you in the next tutorial. Hello everyone, welcome to this Selenium WebDriver tutorial. In this tutorial, we will learn about the actions class in the Selenium. So let's begin. So what is a Selenium actions class? So this is basically a user-facing API for emulating the complex user gestures. Now there can be multiple user gestures which can be implemented like keyboard options. We have some mouse options. So instead of using those directly from the keyboard or the mouse, we should implement this Selenium actions class, right? And at the end of the operations, we need to call a method which is known as perform. So this is a method which we need to implement at the end of the chain of the methods to actually perform that particular actions, right? So this is a built-in actions class, and we can use it to manage the different keyboard and mouse events. Now, what kind of actions we can actually handle through this actions class? So just like, if you want to drag and drop something, if you want to right click on something, if you want to hover something, right? So these are type of controls you can automate using this Selenium actions class. Now let's open the official documentation and see what kind of methods we have in this actions class and how we can use this actions class. Now in the browser, we need to go to the official Selenium website, which is selenium.dev. Then we need to go to this download sections here, and we need to scroll down a bit here, and we need to go to this API docs. Okay, just click on this one and click on frames here, and now we need to search here actions. So this is the actions here. Click on this one, and here is the description. This is a class and it is under this particular package, and the package is org.openqa.selenium.interaction. So this is a package where you will find this particular class. So this is a public class and it extends basically java.lang.object. So it is extended from this particular public class, and as we know that is basically a user-facing API for emulating a complex user gestures. And how this works? So basically, it contains a constructor, and this is actions constructor, WebDriver driver. This needs to be passed. And now let's go through the different methods available for this particular actions class. Now we have already selected this all methods. So if I go here, it's a clicks at the current mouse location. Then we have click, and if we provide a targeted web element, then it will clicks in the middle of that given element. For example, this is particular tab, right? And it has some width and height. So if I use this targeted button here, so it will click in the middle of this one if we use this click method here. Then we have click and hold method. So it will actually hold the button of the mouse for the time without releasing it. For example, if I click on the button and I'm not releasing it, right? So that's how it works. Then we have a similar method, click and hold, and now this is again a targeted web element. Then we have a context click. It performs a context click at the current mouse location. It's just a simple click, right? Then we have again context click with the specific web element, right? And again it will click on the middle of that particular element. Then we have a double click. It's just like if we use the mouse and if I double click on this one, so this kind of a gesture can be performed using this one. And it's also have a similar method with the targeted web element. Then we have a drag and drop. You can drag something, drop something. Then again we have drag and drop with the web element source, and this is with the offset, right? So we will see that how both of these work in our upcoming tutorials. But right now, just understand we can just drag and drop. So this kind of action we can perform using this drag and drop. Then we can have get active keyboard. So if there is a keyboard opened, so if we want to get this one, so we can use this one, get active pointer, where we points active, get active wheel. So we have a different option for this. Then key down, key up. If you look at your laptop keyboard or simple keyboard, you have arrow keys, right? Up, down, right, left. So this will perform this kind of action. Then we have move to element. We can move to some particular element. We can pause, and this one is a really important method which is performed, which we already discussed, because we need to use this method in order to actually perform that action. Then we can use scroll by amount. We can scroll, we can release. Okay, so we have send keys here as well. So these different methods all available in the action class. And if we go down here, so let me go here. So this is basically our constructor details. Like this is a public actions, then WebDriver driver we need to provide, and then we can work with this actions class. Then if I go here, then we have these method details, how these methods will work, what kind of parameters, and all details are actually present here. So from upcoming tutorials, we will actually practically using this action class, and we will see how it works in the different contexts and how these different methods will work. Thank you so much for watching this tutorial. If you like our content, then do like, comment, share, and subscribe our channel. Once again, thank you so much, and see you in the next tutorial. Hello everyone, welcome to this Selenium WebDriver tutorial. In this tutorial, we will learn to automate the right click using the actions class. So let's begin. In our previous tutorial, we learned about the actions class, and in this tutorial, we will be doing our first example, and in this example, we would be doing the right click. For that, let me open the Chrome browser here. And in the Chrome browser, let me open the google.com, and let's take an example here. For example, if we need to right click on these images like this way, so how we can do this? Let me go to the Eclipse here. Let me go here and let me create a new class here, and let me name it as automate right click. Okay, we need to select this main method check here and finish. Let me copy some few basic lines from here, paste it here. First, we need to change the URL, that is google.com. Let me copy it from here, and let me go to Eclipse here, and let me change this one here. So in order to do the right click, what we need to do is that we need to use the actions class. Okay, and where we need to do the click, we need to click on this images link. Okay, so first of all, let me inspect this element and let me use SelectorsHub here, and let me copy this X path from here. Okay, so driver dot find element I dot X path, and we need to provide the X path here. And let's save this into the web element. Okay, element, I'm naming it as images. Okay, let's import web element here. Now this images actually contains the locator of this images link here. Okay, now as we discussed that we need to use the actions class here. So we need to use the actions class and we need to create the object first, right? So let me name it as act, then new actions, and close the brackets. Okay, now we need to import this package, and still you see that we are getting this error. The reason is that we need to provide a WebDriver to this particular actions constructor, right? So let me provide driver here, and that's it. It will fix our issue here. Now once we did it, now we use this act dot. Now we have a context click. See, we have a context click here, and in the context click, what we need to do, where we need to click, right? We need to click on these images here. So we need to provide this one here, and then we need to build this and perform this. So perform is the last method, so that it will actually perform that action. Now let me save this one and let's run this and see what happens. So it will open the application and go to the Google, and you see it actually right clicked on the images. Now if you see here, a lot of people have queries regarding how to select a value from here. And if we closely look into this thing here, this is basically a browser level interactions. These are not the web level interaction. So if something comes under the web, then we can actually properly automate that using Selenium WebDriver. Else we need to go with some workarounds here. So there are two mainly workarounds. So first we will discuss here, and the second one we will discuss later on. So the first is basically regarding how we can use actions class to open the link from here. Okay, but there's some problem which we will discuss, but let's first try to do that. So what I can do here, instead of after context click, we have multiple options, like we have send keys, and we need to select the key which we need to use. So we have a down key here which we can use, and actually is keys dot. So you can see arrow dot down, arrow dot left. So you can see different different keys are available, and here down key is also available. So let me click on down, and after pressing the down, then what we need to do is that we also need to press enter. That's how we can do it. So again, keys dot, and we have enter here, just like we press enter on the keyboard. That's it. And again we need to build dot we need to perform, right? So let's see how it works and what is the problem here. This is sort of a workaround, but this is not the right solution. But let's see how it works. So let me run this one and see what happens. It will go to the images page, but in a very weird way. So pop-up actually, it just like, went to this images page, but it didn't went through from this right click options. Okay. And why I am saying this, because if I right click on this one in actual and click on this open link in tab, then it will open in a new tab. And why I was saying that this is a weird solution or workaround, the reason is that if I really want to open in the same tab, I just go here, click on this one, it will open the images page. Why should I go and right click on this one and open a new link? This can also be done using a report Java class. Once we'll start writing or creating the tutorials on report class, I will show you how you can work with these kind of options. Okay, and let me go back here, and if we saw that we had one more options in terms of a down here. So if I remove this one and keys dot, then we have arrow. So some might ask me how this arrow underscore down works here. So let's see. And before I can actually execute this one, let me close this one and let's run this here and see what happens. Because now we are using the arrow key, and again you saw that it worked in a very similar way just like previously, though it clicked and to open the link, but it actually didn't use this approach from here, right? So we need to have something which we can use in order to work with these. Exactly. So report is class, and then we have auto ID. So we will see how we can better deal with these things in our upcoming tutorials. So right now, the main thought was, the main learning is that how we can use this actions class and how we can do the right click. Thank you so much for watching this tutorial. If you like our content, then do like, comment, share and subscribe our channel. Once again, thank you so much and see you in the next tutorial. Hello everyone, welcome to this Selenium WebDriver tutorial. In this tutorial, we will learn to automate the double click using the actions class. So let's begin. In our previous tutorial, we learned to automate the right click using the actions class. In this tutorial, we will learn to automate the double click on the button using the actions class. For that, let me open the browser. And okay, so in the browser, we need to open this particular website from here and just paste this one here and see. So this is a demo of a double click event using the jQuery. If I go here and if I click on this one, so nothing happened, right? I'm doing a single click here. You can hear the voice of click here. Nothing happens. Now if I double click on this one, so it printed that you double clicked the button. Okay, now we need to automate this thing using the Selenium WebDriver actions class. Now let's go to Eclipse here and let me create a new class in this package. Go to the new, click class, automating double click. Select this main method check here, click on finish, And let me copy some basic lines of code from here and paste it here. Okay. The first thing we need to do is that we need to change the URL. So I will copy this URL from here and let me change the URL here. Okay. So as in the last tutorial, what we did first is that we identified the element and then we perform the click. So in the similar way, first we will identify a button or element, then we will right click on that. Now let me go to the browser here and let me right click on this button, click on inspect. Let me go to SelectorsHub and you can see that we have this relative XPath, we have ID. So let me go with the ID here and let's do driver dot find element by dot ID, and here we need to provide the ID. Okay, so we have identified the button where we need to double click, but before we can do that, we have to save this into a web element. Let me name it as D button, double click button, and done. Now import this web element here, and now just like in our previous tutorial, we will be using our actions class here. So actions act equals to new actions, and we need to pass the driver here, and let me pass the driver here, and here we need to import the actions. Now we are ready to perform or use the methods from the action class. Okay, so act double click, and in double click we would be passing this web element here dot build, then dot perform, and we are good to go with our script. Now save this script and let's run this one and see what happens. So it should double click on the button here, and yes indeed, and we get this message to double click the button. So that's how you can automate the double clicks using the actions class. Thank you so much for watching this tutorial. If you like our content, then do like, comment, share and subscribe our channel. Once again, thank you so much and see you in the next tutorial. Hello everyone, welcome to this Selenium WebDriver tutorial. In this tutorial, we will learn to automate the click and hold gesture using the actions class. So let's begin. In our previous tutorial, we learned to automate the double click, and in this particular tutorial, we will try to handle the click and hold gesture using the actions class. For that, let me open this website first. Let me copy this URL from here, go to the browser and paste this URL here, and here you see that we have a different boxes here. If I single click on this one, it will say click on div1, but if I click and keep pressing the button without releasing it, this means if I click and hold, then it will say tab hold on div1. So this is a functionality which we need to automate. Okay, now let's go to Eclipse here. Let me create a new class. Go to here, class, and click and hold. Like this main method check, click finish. Let me copy some basic code of lines from here and paste it here. First thing we need to do is that we need to change the URL and we need to place this URL here. Okay. Now, before we can actually, click and hold the element, we need to identify the element. For that, let's go to the browser here, right click on this one, go to inspect, and here go to SelectorsHub, and we see that it has an ID. Okay, so copy this ID from here, that's one, and let me go here and driver dot find element by dot ID, and we need to provide the ID here and this one. Okay, so let me save it into the web element, and let me name it as click and hold, and let's import web element here. Now we need to use actions class, so actions act equals to new actions, and here we need to pass the driver. So let me copy from here, and we need to pass the driver here, and we need to import this package here. Now once we are done with that, now it's really simple. We can call the methods of action class, so act dot, and here you will see that we have click and hold. Let me use this one here, and we need to pass this web element here, right? And then we need to build, and then we need to perform. Now we are ready and we are good to go with this one. And let me run this one here and see what happens. So it should click and hold, and we will get the message that, let's see what, yeah, tab hold on div1. So if I go back to the script here, and if I simply, let me comment this one, and what if I do act dot click, right? So what happens? Or in other words, let's suppose if let me comment this one, and even this one, let me copy this one from here and paste it here, and just click on this one to see what happens. So what it will do, now we will get the message of click, not click and hold. So let's run this and see what happens. So tab and hold, right now you can see that it says click on div1. So that's how actually you can work with click and hold using the actions class. Thank you so much for watching this tutorial. If you like our content, then do like, comment, share and subscribe our channel. Once again, thank you so much and see you in the next tutorial. Hello everyone, welcome to this Selenium WebDriver tutorial. In this tutorial, we will learn to automate the drag and drop gestures using the actions class. So let's begin. Let's understand how drag and drop works, and then we will see how we can automate that using the actions class. For that, let me go to the browser here, and here we need to navigate to this website, which is jQueryui.com/droppable. Let me copy this one from here. And in the browser we need to open this URL. Okay, so this is a website, and we need to click on this one, hold this one, and then we need to drop it here. So this is known as drag something and dropping something in terms of the elements here. Okay. Now we need to automate this functionality. For that, let me go to Eclipse here. Let me create a new class and let me name it as automate drag and drop. Drag and okay. We need to select the main method check here. Click on finish and let me copy some basic code of lines from previous example and let me paste it here. Okay, the first thing we need to do is that we need to copy this URL and we need to paste it here. Now if we look into this drag and drop thing, so there are two things basically. The one thing which we need to drag and where we need to drag and drop. So basically we are dragging this element and dropping this here in this particular location. So we need two things here. Now if I go here, the first thing I need to do is that I need to find the element, right? And let's go here and inspect this one and see what happens. So this is a div and the ID is draggable. But if I go here, this is under the iframe, right? So first we need to switch to the iframe so that we can work with this particular div. So let me find this one and let me go here and have this relative XPath for this particular frame. Let me copy this one. And now what we need to do is that we need to driver dot switch to dot frame, and in frame we need to pass driver dot find element by dot xpath, and we need to provide the xpath here. Okay, so we need to switch here first, and once we switch here, now we can actually go to this particular element and we can drag this one and drop it here. So we need a drag element first. So let me inspect this one, and you can see that it has ID draggable. Let me copy this one and let's go here, and here what I will do is that driver dot find element by dot ID, and ID I need to provide this ID, and let me save it into the web element, and let me name it as draggable, and let's import the package in the similar way where we need to drop, and we will be taking the ID from there. So if I go to this one, this dropped area, let me insert here, and you see it's a droppable and it has also an ID. Let me copy this one and let me go back here again, driver dot find element by dot ID, and we need to provide the ID here, and that's it. And similarly, let's create web element, and I'm naming it as dropable, and now we are ready with both starting dragging point and dropping point. So before we can drag and drop, how this will work, we need to go with the actions class, actions act, okay, equals to new actions, and in actions we need to provide the driver here and to import the actions class here. And now what we need to do is that we have one method called drag and drop. You can see that we have two methods with the same name, but the number of arguments are different. Here we would be using the first one, and in the first one, because we would be giving one web element source and the target, right? So source is basically draggable and the target is droppable, right? You can also use drag and drop by where you can provide the source web element and then you need to provide offset y and x in terms of integers, and you can do that as well. But right now I will go with this first method, and first is draggable and then second is droppable. That's it. Now once we will do that, what we usually do and learned is that we need to build, then we need to use the perform method here. Build dot, and let me save this one. So let me put some delay here in terms so that we can see how the things work, and let me put some delay here after opening the web page here, and red dot sleep, and we will be using thread dot sleep as of now, but later we will be learning the different weights available in the Selenium. So right now, and save this one, and let's run this and see what happens. So it will maximize the browser, it will go to the page, it will switch to the frame, it will wait for some 5 seconds, then you will see that it dragged that particular element from draggable to droppable position. So that's how you can automate drag and drop in using the Selenium WebDriver actions class. Thank you so much for watching this tutorial. If you like our content, then do like, comment, share and subscribe our channel. Once again, thank you so much and see you in the next tutorial. Hello everyone, welcome to this Selenium WebDriver tutorial. In this tutorial, we will learn to automate the reorder gesture using the actions class, and we would be using the drag and drop in order to automate this one. So let's begin. In our previous tutorial, we learned how we can use action class and how we can drag and drop an element using this drag and drop method, right? In this tutorial, we'll learn how to handle the reorder using the same method and same actions class. So for that, let me open the browser, and in the browser, let me open this particular URL and let me show you how this reorder actually works. And let me go to this website. So you might face this kind of a functionality where you can drag and change the position of the item like this one, right? Now this can also be done using the drag and drop because we are dragging one element and dropping it to the other element. Okay, so now let me go to the Eclipse here and let me create a new class here. Go to the class and automating reorder. Okay, and check this main method here, click on finish, and here I would be copying all this code from here because the approach would be similar and this will be done using the drag and drop. Okay, so first thing what I need is that I need to change the URL from here, right? Copy this URL and go back to your Eclipse and paste it here. Now we are seeing error, so we need to throw a declaration here. click on this one. And the first thing is that we don't need to switch to any frame here. So I will remove this code from here. Now we need the drag point and the drop point in the same way. So if I go here and let me refresh this one and right inspect this item A, go to the inspect, go to the SelectorsHub here, and let me see if we have an ID or not. No, we don't have ID. Let me copy the relative XPath from here and let's go to the Eclipse, and here instead of ID that would be XPath, and here in the XPath we need to provide the XPath of this dragging point. In the similar way, what we need to do is that we need to provide the drop point here. So for example, if I need to drop it here on D so that my A should come after the D. Okay, so this is what I need to do. So let me refresh this one, and again here let me inspect this item D here, and let me copy the relative XPath from here, and let's go here. Let me change it to XPath, and I need to provide the XPath here, and rest would remain same because this is the actions class. We are passing the driver, and using this act we are actually calling the different methods. So using this drag and drop, we need to provide drag point, drop point, then we need to build, and we need to perform. So that's what we need to do. And let me save this one and let's run this one and see what happens. So let me run this one, and here it will open the website and see either it will drag the item or not. So yes, so from here eventually at first point initially it was item A, then we need to put item A after this item D so that we can have a new order of items which is B, C, D, A and E, right? So that's how you can actually automate the reorder functionality or the gestures using the actions class and the drag and drop method available in the actions class. Thank you so much for watching this tutorial. If you like our content, then do like, comment, share and subscribe our channel. Once again, thank you so much and see you in the next tutorial. Hello everyone, welcome to this Selenium WebDriver tutorial. In this tutorial, we will learn to automate the keyboard events and actions using the actions class. So let's begin. First, we will try to understand the importance of keyboard events and actions, and then we will actually start writing the code in order to automate those actions and events. To understand the importance, let me go to this website, which is a demo website of Orange HRM Live. So let me copy this URL. Let me open the browser, and here in browser we need to provide the URL. So this is basically a login page and we need to automate this one. Now there are two approaches. The first approach is that you will identify this username and use the send keys to provide the username, and similarly you will go with the password. And furthermore, what you will do is that you will identify this login button and click on this one. But there is another approach, and which is a user perspective. So as a user, what I'll do is that I will go to this field, I will provide the username, then press a tab button from the keyboard, then I will provide the password, and then I'll press the enter button from the keyboard. So here the keyboard buttons and events are involved. Now we need to automate this perspective. So let me log this out here, and now go to the Eclipse here. Let me create a class here and let me name it as automating keyboard events. We need to select the main method check here, click on finish. Now I'll copy a couple of lines from the previous script, and let me copy this one, paste it here. First I'll change the URL, go to the notepad, let me copy this URL from here, and again go to the Eclipse here, and here in Eclipse we need to provide the URL. So after providing the URL, we need to identify the username field. So let me go here, click on this field, go to inspect and go to SelectorsHub, and yes, it has a ID. Copy this ID. Now driver dot find element by dot ID, and we need to provide the ID here. Okay, I'll save this into a web element here, web element username equals to this one. Now import the web element here. Now we will use the action class in order to tab on the tab button, and we will press the enter button. So we will use this functionality using the actions class. For that, let me copy some code like this one from here and it here. Now using this one, what I'll do is that act dot, the first thing here I need to do is that I need to click on the field, because when I created the instance of action class and passing the driver to that actions class, the focus will be changed here, right? So what I need to do is that I need to click on this particular web element. But before that, we haven't provided the username here. So what I'll do is that username dot send keys, and here we need to provide the username. Okay, now here after providing this one, user send keys, and this one, okay, now after providing act dot click on this one, after clicking on this one, the focus would be again back to the username field. Now click, then after clicking, what I need to do this, I need to send keys. Now which keys I need to send? Keys dot tab. First I use that. Okay, then after tabbing on this one, again I will be using the send keys, and this time now the focus has been changed because we have already provided the tab button. So tab will change the focus to the password field. Now we need to provide the password, and let me copy this one from here and paste it here. And after providing the password, now again send keys dot enter, and then we need to build, then we need to, so we are good to go with the execution. And let me save this one, and now right click, go to run as, click on Java application to run this program. Now you will see that without identifying the login password field and the login button, it will log in us. Now it says that invalid credentials, so we are giving some invalid credentials somewhere, and yeah, so basically this is not admins, so this is admin, right? Let me save this one, let's run this again. Now it will work properly. You will see that it will provide the username, then change the focus to the password field, provide the password, then press enter, and it will log us in and take us to the dashboard. You see, so this is the benefit of using the actions class, so that we can simulate from the user perspective as well. Thank you so much for watching this tutorial. If you like our content, then do like, comment, share and subscribe our channel. Once again, thank you so much, and see you in the next tutorial. Hello everyone, welcome to this Selenium WebDriver tutorial. In this tutorial, we will learn to automate the elements which are resizable using the actions class. So let's begin. Try to understand what are the resizable elements, and then we will see how we can automate those elements. In order to understand about the resizable elements, let's go to the browser here, and in browser search for jQuery resizable demo, and you need to go to this first URL, which is jQueryui.com resizable. Click on this one and it will land on this particular page, and here you can see that we have this box here, and this box is resizable, which means that we can change the size of this box. And how we can change the size of this box? We need to pick from the left corner and change the size accordingly. Now this is something which we need to automate, but before that, just let's inspect this element and see where it is. So if I go here, and you can see that it's under the iframe here, right? This means that first we need to switch to the frame or iframe, then we would be able to automate this one. Okay, now go to the Eclipse here and let's create a new class here. And let me create a new class. Go to the new class, naming it as automating resizable element. Okay. We need to select the main method check here, click on finish, and before we start, we would be copying some basic line of codes from here. Let me copy this one, now paste it here. First, we need to change the URL. Go to the website, copy the URL here, and change the URL. So after changing the URL, the first thing which we need to do is that we need to switch to the frame. We already know how we can switch that. So basically it would be driver dot switch to dot frame. So there are multiple ways here. We can go with the index, we can go with the name or ID, or we can go with the web element as well. So if I go back to the browser here and let me inspect this again, and here we can see that we don't have any kind of ID or name, right? So this means that we cannot use ID or name in order to switch the frame. What we can do is that we have two options left. Either we can go with the index. So if we talk about this particular page, so this is on the 0th index because there is no other iframe, and we can confirm this by using the Control F. And if I search for iframe, so you can see that there is 1 of 1 here. So iframes usually start from 0 index. So if I using the index 0, I can switch to this one. And the other way is to using the web element. So we can use either of those, and the easiest is basically with the index here. So dot frame and go with the 0 index, and that's it. Now we are basically able to switch the frame. Now we are inside the frame, and inside the frame now we have this box, and as we discussed that we need that corner side, right? We need this corner area, right, in order to resize this one. Okay, so we need a element or locator for this one. Right click on this one, click on inspect, and here just go here, and so this is basically a div and resizable this one, and this is very easy to automate this one using the XPath and any other locator as well. So what we can do is that we can use the XPath here in a very simple way for this particular diagonal one. And let me go here and go to my extensions, because extension, we should use the extension such as the SelectorsHub, and going to settings here, let me search for the extensions, and we have the SelectorsHub. Let me enable this one, and now I would reload this page here, and we will see, I think we need to close the browser before it got activated. So let me close the browser here, and let's open this one again and in the website. And now on the right corner, select inspect, and here now you will see the SelectorsHub, and you can see that we have these different locators available which are unique in nature, right? So let's go with this relative XPath, but let's ensure that we are actually targeting to this right corner arrow. Okay, and let me copy this one, and let's go here and driver dot find element by dot XPath, and we need to provide the XPath here. Okay, and after providing the XPath, what we need to do is that we would be saving this into our web element so that we can utilize that in our actions class. So simply what we need to do is that web element, and let me name it as resizable equals to this one. Now we need to import the web element from here. Okay, cool. After identifying this corner, now what we need to do? We need to create object of actions class, actions obj equals to new actions, and we need to pass the driver here. And we also need to import this actions class. Click on this one. Now after creating the object, we can use the methods of this class. So obj dot, and we have this drag and drop, right? But which drag and drop we should use here? The second drag and drop by is something which we should use here, because here we can provide the source element, which is this resizable here, and we will provide some offset in terms of integer y and integer x. So this would be something where it will drop the element, right? So we'll be using this one here, and resizable here, and then let me say it's 300, or let me do it to 50. So the dragging would be like on the x it would be 300, on the y-axis it would be 50. Once we are done with that, what we need to do, we need to build, we need to now let me save this one and run this one and see what happens. Right click on this one, go to run as Java program. Got some problem here. Let me go up and say SessionNotCreatedException could not start. Okay, this version of ChromeDriver only supports the Chrome version 1.3. And if I go here and let me check, this is a very common problem, and let me check what browser we are using right now. So we are using right now 105, and the ChromeDriver we are using is basically compatible with 103, right? So for that, ChromeDriver download. We need to ensure that we have a driver, but let's wait because it's updating, so we might need to have a latest version of this one. So let me go here and go to this WebDriver, ChromeDriver here, and this is something which is compatible with 106, right? And it's already updating, so it will be updated to 106. So just wait for a moment here, and also meanwhile let me download this one here and this one from here because I'm using a Windows. Let me show this one here. Then show into the folder, and let me extract here, and let me copy driver from here, and let me see what is my path of drivers. So it's D Selenium tutorial, and under the tutorials we have a ChromeDriver, and here I need to place this updated file. So let me go here into the Selenium tutorials, then I have this one, and here I need to replace this file. That's it. And now if I see if it got updated, so relaunch and see what is the latest version. Either it's 106 or 105. Okay, it's 105. So what I need to do is that I should go with 105 then. So let's download this one. I thought it should be getting updated to 106, but it didn't. Let me show into the folder, go here and extract this one. And extraction, so it was 3, right? Here we got the 3 one. Okay, let me copy this one again, go into my tutorials and ChromeDriver, and here we need to paste this one. Are done now. Okay, so we are good to go, and let me close the browser here, and let's save this file again, and let's run this one, and now see what happens. Ideally it should work now. Yes, it is working now. It is going to the website, and here you can saw that it got resized. Now let's change some values here, like from 50 to 100, so that we can have a different resize this time. And now go here on as, and this time it will be resizing to some different. Yeah, see this point is basically in terms of 300 and 100, and if I go here and let's change it to 200, or let me change it to 100 and 100 and see what happens. That's how actually we can see how much we need to resize here. And square resizable here, it's 100 and 100 here. So that's how we can automate any kind of a resizable element using the actions class, and we need to ensure that we would be using this drag and drop by method, where you can provide this offset of in terms of x-axis and y-axis here. Thank you so much for watching this tutorial. If you like our content, then do like, comment, share and subscribe our channel. Once again, thank you so much, and see you in the next tutorial.